All right, so welcome. Officially, Elaine and Sally, nice to have you back after a week or so. So we're just talking about managing relationships, and in that context, I thought it might be useful to have a look at the 12 pathways, which we looked at in the AOLG course. Pathways 7 to 9 particularly are about managing relationships, interacting with others. So give me a moment to get the live stream going, and I'll share my screen with you. Okay, so can you see that? So interacting with others, pathway 7 to 9. You want to read that, Elaine? Read the little intro, and then pathway 7, 7th pathway.
I open my the top bit.
Yeah.
Flowing rather than manipulation is the way of higher awareness. Flowing means moving with the forces around us and being in tune with the vibrations of the people and things in our environment. Flowing enables us to find the love, beauty, and peace that we are missing in our lives.
Yeah, so it's talking about flow, which remember is the same as corrections or miracles, coming from higher awareness. So 7th pathway.
I'll read that, yeah?
Yeah.
I open myself genuinely to all people by being willing to fully communicate my deepest feelings. Excuse me. Since hiding in any degree keeps me stuck in my illusion of separateness from other people. As you begin to upgrade all your addictions to the status of preferences or eliminate them entirely, you will discover that you no longer have anything to hide from other people. It then feels good to be able to communicate with other people exactly what you are experiencing. As you grow into higher awareness through eliminating your addictions, you will be able to drop all the deception and manipulative games you have been playing. When you are not completely open and truthful to everyone, i.e., when you are trying to hide some of your inner thoughts and feelings from them, you perpetrate and strengthen the illusion of separation from others.
Perpetuate. Just means you keep it going.
Oh, perpetuate, yeah. Perpetuate and strengthen the illusion of separation from others. One of the ways to escape from this wall of isolation is to communicate. Well, here I am. This is what my addictions are making me feel here and now. I accept myself, including my addictions, as being on an unfolding journey towards a more peaceful state of loving awareness. If you are at the beginning of your journey into high awareness, you may find it helpful to communicate quickly and openly with others so that your relationships are always upfront. Remember, hiding separates, openness unites. You will realize that open communication of your innermost feelings helps you and other people to become free of the addiction programming of the ego, which in the long run only produces unhappiness, isolation, and alienation.
Alienation, yeah. Okay, so what's he saying in there?
Well, we have to be very open with our thoughts and feelings. And And it's to do with our addictions. When we're upgrading our addictions, we want to eliminate them entirely.
Well, so it's always about managing your own mental and emotional state.
Yeah.
Okay, so here I am, I'm getting triggered, I'm getting upset because this person is doing something or not doing something. And I can feel that I'm getting irritated and I want to say something. Okay, well, here I am. Let me acknowledge it. You know, so then I go into awareness, and I accept I'm on an unfolding journey towards a more peaceful state of loving awareness. This is what my addictions are making me feel. Okay, it's okay, right? So I can sit with that, and I can, from that place of awareness, I can now let it go because I've become aware of it. And once I've let it go, manage my own mental and emotional state, then it might be helpful to communicate. And you might say something like, instead of blaming the person, you say, well, look, you know, when you do that, when you say that, this is how it makes me feel. This is what comes up for me. And you're just very honest. You're not blaming them. You're saying, this is what my experience is when you do that or don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you're communicating openly, saying, this is how it makes me feel, without blaming them. It's like, well, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying this is what happens. This is how I feel. And that kind of open communication is very helpful in a relationship, because then the people aren't hiding from each other. They're not playing manipulative games. And maybe you encourage the other person to be open and say, well, you know, when you do or say this or don't do or say this, then this is the way I feel. Okay, well, that's okay. Now we're understanding a little bit more about where we're both coming from. And instead of I'm right, you're wrong, it becomes like, okay, let's share, you know, our feelings and some challenging feelings. And there's a unifying factor in that, because we are meeting in a space of non-judgment and sharing feelings, saying, yeah, okay, well, this is challenging for me. This is what I'm experiencing. Other person might do the same. Okay, so we're both having our challenges. Now there's an empathy that starts arising. Okay, well, I'm starting to understand maybe why you do and say the things you do, because you've got these feelings coming up and it's difficult to manage them. And then you react in these inappropriate ways. And maybe so do I. So number one, manage your emotional state, manage your addictions. And then two, communicate honestly and openly as quickly as possible. That's really what the seventh pathway is saying. And eighth pathway. So ask Sally if she wants to read. Sally, you want to read the eighth one for us? I feel with loving empathy the problems of others.
Yeah, you've probably got the dog barking in the background, sorry. I feel with loving empathy.
Okay.
I feel with loving empathy the problems of others without getting caught up emotionally in their predication. What's that?
Predicament.
Predicament. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That are offering them messages they need for their growth. It is important that you learn to feel the problems of other people with loving empathy without getting caught up emotionally in their, what was it again? Predicaments.
Yeah.
Empathic understanding, yes. Pity and commiseration, no. Okay. Empathy means that when you empathize with the predicaments of others, you silently send out the vibration. Yes, I know, I've been there too. Empathy means that you understand the duality and separation are creating in themselves. They are creating in themselves by rejecting what is here and now in their lives. But you do not get caught up in their poignant drama. Empathy means that you stay centered and high and loving whenever you're around them, for they're playing out their addictions, suffering because of them, and hopefully picking up the messages life is offering them. Playing out their addictions, suffering because of them.
Interesting you read that. Stay centered and high and loving. This is exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was just trying to put myself in this place. How do I do this? Okay. You learn not to give gifts that you cannot emotionally afford to give. When you resent helping someone, this creates obligations, duality, and separation You cannot psychologically afford to give such help, and the recipient cannot afford to receive it. When you can help someone with a feeling of love and oneness, you just do it because it feels good to you. When you feel oneness with another, there is no giver or receiver. There's just us here. It's like one hand washing another. You're just letting energy flow through you. Your life works best when you love, serve, and allow your loving energy to flow, not from a lower consciousness motivation of I am helping you or I will save you, but simply from the awareness that Spirit gave this energy to me and it feels good to pass it on.
So
What I
thoughts on
found,
that?
yeah,
What's happening?
what I thought the other day was that, or yesterday, when you're on a high, you want to share it with people, don't you? You just want to share the love. It's like compulsive. It's like when you're in fear and depressed, you just want to go to bed and pull a duvet over your head. But when you're in that really expansive energy, it's like you must share it. You know, I really want to share it. It's like a compulsion to share it. But yes,
it wants to express through you. You know, it has this quality of wanting to express, extend, increase in the world, which is why, you know, Yeshua uses those kinds of words: extend, express, increase. Its natural thing is to be shared, and so there's a natural impulse to give and to share, which is why pretty much universally in all spiritual paths, when someone does attain a higher state, they usually have some kind of teaching role because they want to share it, and it's just the natural thing.
yeah, it's expansion, isn't it? You want to extend out.
Not, as you said, not from a place of I'm going to save you, I'm going to help you, I'm superior to you. Just it feels good to share this. You know, it's an energy in me that's very loving, very kind. It's, you know, it's really, it's a lovely feeling. It's a lovely awareness, and it feels good to share that and pass it on to, you know, those who obviously are willing to receive. Not everyone is. But you want to say, well, you know, why wouldn't I want to share this? And there's no sense of lack or limitation in it. Not like, oh, well, I'm losing it by giving it to you. You know, it's actually increased by extending. It doesn't obey the laws of the world, the scarcity laws of you know, when I've given something, then I've lost it. No, when I give it, then I have more of it to give, because it's not a finite quality. You know, love and peace and joy are not finite qualities that are going to you know, scarce resources. There's an infinite abundant supply of them if you allow it. And so it's tapping into the flow and allowing it to flow through you. And the nature of flow is that it needs to flow both ways. It needs to come in and it needs to flow out, doesn't it? Think about a stream. If it gets blocked on one end, then there's no flow. So it has to be, you know, flowing through continuously. So that's the extending outwards will let it flow through you. And the more that flow is happening through you, the more you give it, the more you must receive it, because it's almost like you're pulling. You now have to draw on it, and you know, more of this life-giving energy needs to come through, because you're giving it so extensively. And then in that flow through you, you come to know that the stream is you. The whole thing is you. You know, there's no little self anymore. It's just this flow of energy moving through you, and there's no sense of a scarcity or a lack. It's just passing through me. Feels good to pass it on, and I am it, and it is me, and it's you know, it's a perpetual stream. It's never going to dry up. It's the eternal stream that is always there, and I can always rely on. There's no concept of lack or scarcity in that.
so the Kundalini energy is me. So it's like me feeling overwhelmed or challenged by the magnitude of who we really are.
Yeah. So the little self just having some dying pains, going, oh, this is I can't cope with this. It's too much. It's unknown. It's, you know, what's happening. and it's resisting and it's confused, and and the only answer is just let it go. It's not real. That little self was never real, and it just needs to be let go of and fade away. And this divine loving awareness, flow of energy that's infinite and eternal and abundant, it replaces it and just flows through you and uses you as the channel. So you opening up now your previously blocked awareness and energy channels to be used for for the only purpose there is of at one. And that's you being prepared for that work. You're already doing it, but it's you're going to be asked to do more. There's no doubt.
Yeah, when that energy was coming through, it's not right now in the full force of it, but when it was definitely wanted to do things. It definitely wanted to be creative and express and connect.
Has a natural tendency to want to do that. And you're still in a phase of life where your physical body supports that. You've got the time, the energy to do it. So why not allow it to then express and extend through you, and that's will express in creative, beneficial, helpful ways in the world. People go, oh wow, you're so creative, or you're so amazing, or whatever. But it's not really you. It's the whole point. It's not the you doing it. The little you is not. You're just a vehicle for this to come into the world, and to operate, to do what the Spirit wants you to do. So there's no sense of personal credit. And this is being the miracle worker. This is what he's training us to do. He's saying it's not a passive path, this Course in Miracles. He's not saying just sit for hours in meditation at all. He's saying, no, you're going to engage in life, and you're going to engage in this conscious way of being guided by the Holy Spirit and letting go or forgiving continuously. And you're going to be an active agent in the at-one-ment, in this awakening process for yourself and for others. And he says, that the Spirit needs your eyes and your ears, your hands, your feet, and most of all your willingness to do the work that's required in this world. There's this great, grand project of awakening in humanity that requires, agents to do it. And if you sign up for that, because you're opening yourself up to the Holy Spirit, then it's going to want to use you as a channel for that purpose. And that, of course, is what you want to do. Your true self wants to do that. That's why you were called here. That's the only reason why you're still here, is to do that work of the at-one-ment. And it wants to come through and express through you. So just allow it, surrender to it, and just as I said, be sensible. Don't overtax yourself. But it's on the edge. It's on the edge that we grow. I mean, I've been pushing myself for years, but it's like you do grow. By doing that, you grow and you expand your capacity to do things and to handle that whatever the Spirit's going to give you. So let's see what unfolds for you. What else is he saying here with regards to empathy? I mean, the beginning 2 paragraphs are interesting.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, isn't it? Is that feeling of, I know I used to want to help people, but it's like being available without expecting anyone to receive it. So it's just like being offering, and it's okay if nobody accepts it. It's a balance.
Yeah. There's no needing to, if you want to save someone, you want to get your message out there, then there's a sense of pushing. And that's because you've still got a program in you that's requiring you to do that. Feels like you have to do that to fulfill your role, to feel worthy yourself. There's usually a self concept, there's a self-investment behind that. But empathy is like, well, I've got no agenda. Yes, my prayer is to be truly helpful, but I don't have to say anything or do anything. There's nothing in me that requires me to do this. I'll do what's helpful. I'll do what's guided. And if that all unfolds and is helpful to you, then great. The interaction guided by the Spirit. And if I'm simply quiet and I hold my peace, then that's okay too. And that's sort of it's quite a relaxed, accepting energy, isn't it? It's not a sort of pushing, forcing energy. Then that helps people to relax themselves and be more open to being helped. The last thing people want is, someone's trying to shove it down their throat. A lot of people just turn around and say, no, I'm not interested, go away. So part of our journey, as miracle workers and healers, is to get into that relaxed, calm, like, okay, I don't have to push this. I've also been there. There's times where you push and you force, and it's like, no, that's not the way. It never goes well. More like, okay, I'm here, I'm available. Yes, I understand. I've been there too. There's a wisdom there, but there's a surrendered wisdom. It's like, okay, I don't have any agenda here. My intention is to be truly helpful to you. However that looks. And so that would be then empathetic. And then if someone opens up and they want to talk to you, of course, you listen, you share empathetically, you can resonate with them, but you don't join them in a pity party. Don't go, oh, poor you, oh, that's so terrible. Or, no, none of that. You just listen compassionately with awareness, and then you got it. Maybe you don't say anything. And sometimes in the expression sessions, really people just have the opportunity to express, and then nothing needs to be said. They're just expressing. So that's one way of doing it. Or if you feel guided to say something, but it's doing it from your own corrected, healed place. You see, none of your own addictions. That's the key. If you can let go of your own stuff, then you can be truly empathetic. If two people are both in addictive programming and they're relating, then that's the special relationship, and neither of them have enough awareness to snap themselves out of it. And then they just play. They play into each other's patterns. They feed off each other, and the whole thing is a very unholy, unloving relationship because of that, characterized by everyone, the two people just trying to get their needs met. I want my needs met at your expense. You want to do the same. So now it becomes a competition of who's going to win, whose needs are going to be met more. And someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And then there's going to be a grievance. Someone's going to feel hardly done by, and someone's going to feel like the winner. And then those roles can shift and change. And, all of that's nothing to do with unconditional love or spirit at all. So the empathy comes from letting go of one's own addictions, and then just being open, being able to listen and be guided intuitively as to how to respond. So any other thoughts on number 8?
No, that's good.
Good to remind. We don't really look at these regularly. I mean, one could do one of these a day, couldn't you? And cycle through, do a 12-day cycle. I did think about doing that, but I think the program's got enough in it already. So that would just be another thing that people probably wouldn't cope with. So, but if you wanted to, you could say, okay, I'll do it on a 12-day cycle, and I'll do one a day, and I'll just read one a day and cycle through it, try and apply that particular pathway for the day, and then you move on to the next one the next day, and you do that on a 12-day rolling cycle. Could be one way of really entrenching these in your mind and your life. Okay, Elaine, any comments on that second one, empathy? Is that helpful?
Yes, it is. I might try and do that on a 12-day cycle. Read one, take it in, rather than just reading it, really soak it in.
Oh, so spend some time contemplating it. There's a few paragraphs, just read, reflect, contemplate as part of your morning spiritual practice, and then remind yourself maybe in the day and try and live that pathway. For that day. It's very difficult to live 12. I mean, they're all interlock, but if you focus on one a day and you go, okay, today I'm living the first pathway, for
I'll
instance,
give
I'm
that a
freeing
go,
myself.
actually.
Why
Yeah.
not? Give it a try, and let me know how you get on. As I said, I did think about putting it into the program, but I was like, but then it's another practice. There's already a lot to do. So we're focusing on the course lessons. But there's nothing to say it should be a very helpful practice to do it. Maybe there's another program, but more sort of business, in a business context or something. This could work. Okay, there's a 12-day rolling cycle of of these pathways, and use them. And it's these, it's got the course principles in it, but not talking so much as about the metaphysics and the illusion, just practically how to apply these pretty helpful ideas in your life. A lot of this is based on Buddhist teaching. There's no doubt he got it from Buddhism, Eastern teachings, and then just put it into this framework, 12 pathways, which is quite a nice framework for it. Okay, you want to read the 9th one, Elaine?
Yeah. I act freely when I am tuned in, centered and loving, but if possible, avoid acting when I am emotionally upset and depriving myself of the wisdom that flows from love and expanded awareness. When you are emotionally upset, you energize the addictive pattern of other people who are also caught in the lower levels of consciousness. Bad vibrations, like the measles, are contagious. Every time you act with anger, resentment, or fear, you reinforce addictions from which we all wish to be liberated. You may have heard the story of the boss who yelled at his employee, who then went home and fought with his wife, who spanked his child, and then kicked the cat. The story demonstrates that negativity is like an infectious disease that seeks to spread through society from one person to another. To avoid adding to the sum total of bad vibrations in the world, unless you are in immediate physical danger, wait until you are tuned in, centered and loving before you act. When you give yourself the time to contemplate your perceptions and course of action, wisdom may lead you to choose a more effective course of action. The 7th pathway and the 9th pathway put you in an interesting predicament. The 7th pathway tells you to communicate your deepest feelings, and the 9th pathway advises you, if possible, not to communicate until you are perceptive, centered and loving. What this means is that you are always ready to be completely open and to communicate with people. If you are caught in the grip of disturbing emotion, you give yourself a little time to let go of your addiction that's disturbing you, rather than acting out the fight-flight feeling that's been triggered immediately. A part of the growth into higher awareness will determine by how perceptively and skillfully you handle these 2 pathways. You can use the 9th pathway to delay your response to people long enough to give the other pathways an opportunity to rescue you from the negative emotions arising in you. Always remember that you cannot put off for long making an upfront communication of your deepest feelings if you wish to be conscious, perceptive and loving. Suppressed feelings act like a cancer in the mind that malignantly spreads, distorting your perceptions and bringing your alienation and suffering. You thus learn to use the 7th and the 9th pathways to create more and more aliveness and beauty in all your relationships with other people.
Okay, so thoughts on that?
Well, practicing the 7th and the 9th pathway are going to help you out of these very negative emotions that can affect your life, and allowing them to just pass away. Well, we know when we're in, like they're the boss who kicks his cat and hits his child. We've all seen that because he's in the height of his emotion.
And then it
can be detrimental.
Yeah. And then it so the story demonstrates that, negativity is like an infectious disease going through society. And this is what you want to, you want to let go. This is what you want to let go of. So
I had a chat round this afternoon, and he was extremely abrupt, and I was stunned that anybody could be so abrupt, and I got a little caught up into the what's he about? Why is he being like that? And I can see by reading that it's like I should have just held the love and oneness rather than go, what? Why would you be like that?
Yeah, and there's a reason why. So it's because there's something disturbing him.
Yeah.
And then it seeks to spread.
Yeah.
Through society. So sum total of bad vibrations in the world, and we as miracle workers, we need to be the antidote to that. So so when that comes in your across your path, your job is to let it go within you, so that you don't energize it, you don't spread it. The buck stops here, to quote one of the US presidents, who'd say the buck stops here. Okay, it stops here, right? So the negativity stops here. It doesn't go any further. I end it here. And then what I give back to the person, if there's a person that you're interacting with, is love, is an understanding, empathetic, compassionate, guided response, rather than, why are you doing that? And it's skillful. You got to be really on your game to do this. It's not easy when someone's being particularly difficult or unreasonable, attacking, maybe critical of you, or condemning, or there's all kinds of ways the ego shows up. It's to maintain that high-centered, loving state. So quite helpful that he gives us these two ways. There's the 7th pathway, which is communicating your deepest feelings. Your deepest feelings put you in an interesting predicament. So the 7th pathway tells you to communicate your deepest feelings. The 9th pathway advises you, if possible, not to communicate until you're perceptive, centered, and loving. So what that means is you're always you're managing that dynamic between the two. You'll communicate and you'll share appropriately, but if you're feeling out of your center, you're not calm, you go, okay, so I'll step back, take a breath, take a time out, restore my center, and then I can re-engage. So that, not for long, he's saying, not for days, weeks. So So it's about managing those emotions, those two pathways. So delay your responses to people long enough to give you an opportunity to rescue you from the negative emotions arising in you. But don't put off for too long the upfront communication, your deepest feelings. You wish to be conscious, perceptive, and loving. Okay, so any other comments, questions, thoughts on that?
I think perhaps I should have said to this guy, why are you behaving like this? You know, why are you in such a rush and cutting people? And then he might have had a reason, mightn't he?
Yeah. So you could say, okay, so I can sense, you're a little bit out of sorts. Is there anything you want to share? And that's an open invitation for the person to offload. And you might need to listen to a 10-minute, story. But that's then the loving thing to do. So I think managing these pathways is helpful. If you can manage them, then it can really help you to deal with difficult, challenging situations. Yes, communicate openly, but take a time out if you need to get yourself into the right space before you can then share openly and without any anger. So, Elaine, those 3 pathways could really help.
Oh, yes.
Applying the guidance. So,
well, while I'm calm like this, it all makes logical sense. But it's just while you're in the strong emotion, then that's the test.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it's just I've just got to keep working on it. And obviously the emotions will come up, but it's learning to get centered and listening to the higher self. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So, but I'll practice those.
Yeah. So you might want to read them, as you said, read them every day.
Yeah.
Just to remind you, because there's a focus on relationships, particularly in these 7, 8, and 9. So you might say, okay, well, I'll read each one of those, one a day. Cycle through it in
I'll try
3 days, and then repeat, or you can do the whole thing, do all 12. But they're there for you to contemplate and use.
Yeah, thank you.
Regularly. So all good. Okay, so I think that's our first part of our session done. Let's have a look at our email, shall we? So where are we? We're in here. Where are we? Where are we? Okay, someone messaging me on Facebook. So have a look. See. All right. So you want to read the quote?
There is only one all-pervading God. It has only one message: love all, encompass all, and transcend the limits of the selfish gene.
So this quote states the simple truth that every authentic spiritual tradition and teachers taught through the ages, that God is all-pervading, unconditional love for everyone and everything. And we only have difficulty accepting this because of what this chap, Dr. Amit Ray, who's interestingly spiritual teacher, but he's also an expert in quantum computing and artificial intelligence. What he calls the selfish gene. So, Course in Miracles would call that the ego. Oh, there's John joining us. So, the ego and its dysfunctions are not caused by genes, as scientific materialists would like you to believe, but rather by the belief in separation that then makes up apparently separate bodies with different genes to trick the mind into believing that it really is an individual person living in a body in a seemingly external world. All of this has been done for one reason and one reason only. Hi, John.
Hello. Hi, Sally, Elaine.
Hi, John.
I'm just about to do the lesson, just doing the teaching quickly. So to convince, all of this is really just for one reason. That's to convince the mind that its belief in its separate identity is true, and that oneness for love is not. The antidote to this trickery and self-deceit is the universal unconditional love that Emmett Ray refers to as, quote, which you can perceive in every apparent person and living organism sharing. So how can I do this in practice? You may be wondering. Theory seems wonderful, but the practical reality you experience while living in this world may seem to be very different. So the seeming fact there is no unity in this world, but only separation, is not a fact at all, but rather a belief that you may still want to hold on to. Irrespective of what seemingly happened in the past, what seems to be happening, how anyone's behaving now, you can always choose to perceive the one life force that gives the gift of life and love to everyone and everything. And so it's a fundamental choice that you must make in every situation or relationship if you perceive anyone or anything as separate from you. And fear, anger, guilt, and hatred must arise in your mind, because this is what the belief in separation inevitably leads to. But you could just as easily perceive the life essence in any person or living thing as the same as your life essence. And if you hold this perception in mind, you must start experiencing a sense of your oneness with the person or the object. It can apply to things as well, which is the all-pervading, all-encompassing, transcendent love of which Emmett Ray speaks. So therefore, whether you experience this universal unconditional love or not depends on your perceptions, which is why you're practicing the workbook lessons, the mind training material every day, because it's all about managing your perceptions. By doing the mind training exercises that the Art of Letting Go program recommends you do every day, you're systematically training your mind to perceive everyone and everything you think is in the external world correctly, as the same as you in essence. So you can consistently experience this universal, unconditional love and the peace and joy that inevitably brings anyone who experiences it. So it's a nice bonus video. You might have watched that before, but some deep wisdom in that about the one problem, the one problem we have to acknowledge in order to attain at-one-ment. From David Hoffmeister. This brings us into our lesson for today. So let's have a look at lesson 124. Let me remember I am one with God, or I remember that I'm one with perfect love. So let's make this a bit bigger. Okay, so I remember that I'm one with God. So, John, why don't you read the main idea in the original alternative and then paragraph 1, please.
I remember that I am one with perfect love. Can you scroll up a bit, John?
Yeah, sure. Let me just get the recording going. Okay. Go. All right, start again. Let me remember
I am one with God. I remember that I am one with perfect love.
Okay, so paragraph 1.
Today we will again give thanks to our identity in God. Today I will again give thanks for my identity in pure formless awareness of perfect love. Our home is safe, protection guaranteed in all we do, power and strength available to us in all our undertakings. My home is safe, protection guaranteed in all I do, and power and strength available to me in all my undertakings. We can fail in nothing. I can fail in nothing. Everything we touch takes on a shining light that blesses and that heals. Everything I touch takes on a shining awareness that blesses and heals. At one with God and with the universe, we go our way rejoicing, with the thought that God himself goes everywhere with us. At one with pure formless awareness of perfect love and the universe of truth, I go my way rejoicing, with the thought that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself goes everywhere with me.
Okay, so what's he
So he's reassuring us here that when we connect with Source, which is our home, we have everything that we need to be complete, to not fail, to not fall prey to the ego, and to live a full life whilst we are here.
now? Very well summarized. So I can't fail in anything. All my undertakings will be blessed. I'll have power and strength to do whatever is, I need to do. And I go with this awareness, knowing that this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, is everywhere. It goes everywhere with me. Reminiscent of that early lesson in the workbook. I think it was lesson 30. God goes with me wherever I go. And the second one was God goes with me wherever I go, because God is in my mind. Because it's in my own mind, in my own awareness. It cannot be anything else than that. Of course it goes with you everywhere, because it's your own awareness, without which you would have no life. So it should be self-evident that God is with us always. But to the unawakened mind, it's not. We've blocked that awareness out. And the ego goes with us everywhere we go. This conditioned mind, programmed, conditioned thought system that's then thinking for you, making your decisions, really pretending to be you, rather than this pure formless awareness of perfect love, the deeper you. Is there any other thoughts on that, Sally, Elaine? Comments, questions, thoughts on paragraph 1?
No, I haven't got anything.
Okay, we'll move on to number 2. Someone's put something in the chat. Meal time. Okay, I'm just listening in. So if you want to read number 2 for us, Sally.
How holy our mind, how holy are our minds, and everything, top and bottom, how innocent my awareness is.
Yeah. So that's what he's really saying. How holy my mind, how innocent is my awareness.
Okay? And everything we see reflects the holiness within the mind, at one with God and with itself. And everything I perceive reflects the pure formless awareness within my mind that is one with pure formless awareness of perfect love itself. How easily do errors disappear and death give place to everlasting life?
I think that's going to be the same. Do my errors disappear?
How easily do errors disappear and death give place to everlasting life? Our shining footprints point the way to truth, for God is our companion as we walk the world a little while. My enlightened words and actions point the way to truth, for pure formless awareness of perfect love is my companion as I walk the world a little while. And those who come to follow us will recognize the way, because the light we carry stays behind, yet still remains with us as we walk on. And those who come to follow me will recognize the way, because the pure formless awareness I carry leaves a trail behind me while still remaining with me as I journey on. Isn't that beautiful, that last bit? It's really lovely.
Those who come to follow me. So it leaves a trail of miracle, like miracle dust, while still remaining with me as I journey on. So I don't lose anything, but I leave these sprinklings of miracle dust that can awaken people. And that's really the legacy that we leave. Our lives should carry that quality. Wherever we go, there's this miraculous presence that's inspiring and uplifting for people, and that will maintain after your death. You think of the likes of Buddha and Yeshua, other spiritual masters. The fragrance of their lives carries on 2,000 years later, 2,500 years later. That awareness that they had and what they did from that awareness carries on. It's got this eternal, it's left an eternal legacy in this world. So we can only emulate them. So, well, this is, you want to leave a legacy. That's how to leave a legacy of truth and miracles and awakening, or others who can follow the way, who are on the same path to follow. There'll always be people who misinterpret and don't really get it, but for those who have eyes to see, they will draw the inspiration and knowledge from your journey. And that's a big part of the hero's journey. Remember, in the hero's journey, there's you go and you do your own thing, and then you cycle back into society, and your job then is to share it. There's any diagram. Let's just bring that up. Actually, it's in the she got it in my course manual. Never mind. It's a bit bigger there. So we come back, return, and then our job is to bless others with the gifts. Through this profound journey, we have wisdom and insights that come from experience that we can share, and that would then be the trail we leave, that it can help others to start or continue their hero's journey. And so one hero's journey of one person interlocks with another's, and that interlocking chain of miracles is how at-one-ment works. That's a direct quote from the course, almost. Okay.
Yeah.
Number Anything else? Hmm.
Hmm.
So this is, he's giving us an inspired and inspiring purpose for our lives. If you can, leave behind this trail for others to follow, to help them awaken, then this is the only real purpose of your life. Okay, happy to move on to number 3.
Yeah.
John, if you can read that, because I think Elaine said she was having a meal.
What we receive is our eternal gift to those who follow after, and to those who went before or stayed with us a while. What I receive is my eternal gift to those who follow after me, and to those who went before or journeyed with me for a while. And God, who loves us with the equal love in which we were created, smiles on us and offers us the happiness we gain. And pure formless awareness of perfect love, which loves us all with the equal love in which we were extended, smiles on us and offers us the happiness we gave to others. When I read this first thing this morning, actually, I was kind of touched by that first statement. Those who stayed with us a while.
Hmm.
And I just made me think back to, some of the very good relationships I've had in the past, and how it just kind of, it somehow just gave me this sense of there were very good relationships at that time, and they belonged in that time.
Yeah.
And and like digging out people from the past can often kind of be a bit disappointing. And I think that's it, really. I think they belonged at that moment. And there may be some purpose in renewing the relationship, but I think in most cases they were in that time.
Yeah, he actually talks about 3 kinds of relationships in I think it's in the manual for teachers, somewhere that he mentions early in the manual for teachers. I think it's in section 3 if I recall. So maybe we'll just go there quickly. So the first kind is just a very casual interaction. You just happen to bump into someone, and there can be a holy instant, a connection. Kindness can flow, but it's very brief. Then you get relationships where it's a bit longer lasting. And here we go. Seems to be quite superficial. So casual encounters. People just happen to run into each other either by chance, bumping into each other in an elevator or whatever. Gives an example. But even at the level of the most casual encounters, it's possible for 2 people to lose sight of separate interests, if only for a moment. That moment will be enough. Salvation has come. So in that moment, there's a connection, and they're going beyond the ego and beyond the conditioned programming and the roles, and connecting with each other. And what you're talking about is the second level. So do you want to read that? Difficult to understand the levels of teaching.
It is difficult to, it is difficult. Okay.
Is this the right one? Let's just see. Its plan can have no levels. So the second level, where's the second level? Using the term. Okay, term in this way. The second level of teaching. There we go. So read it from here.
Using the term in this way, the second level of teaching is a more sustained relationship in which for a time 2 people enter into a fairly intense teaching learning situation and then appear to separate. As with the first level, these meetings are not accidental, nor is what appears to be the end of the relationship a real end. Again, each has learned the most he can at the time. Yet all who meet will someday meet again, for it is the destiny of all relationships to become holy. God is not mistaken in his Son. I think that
So,
this is kind of, this could be misinterpreted a little bit in terms of, yet all who meet will someday meet again. I think, you know, with relationships that I might feel were not completed at the time, there's a kind of desire to go back and complete it. But I think, you know,
well, the question is where will they meet again? You see, you can interpret it on different levels.
Exactly.
You'll meet again in God. I think that's
Yeah.
sort of you meet again in the oneness of mind, in the joining of the eternal, rather than necessarily on a physical level.
Yeah.
So that could be how to interpret it. Or a future life. You can say, well, maybe I'll meet them in another lifetime. That's possible. But I think ultimately it's, you know, every relationship will become holy because we all merge in the end into the one sun, the one extension, and we meet again in that sublime awareness, and we realize we are one in that awareness. That's the destiny of all relationships.
I spent quite a bit of time actually yesterday on the lesson. I thank God for all he has given me. Not quite all. And the deeper I got into that, the more I started to see how particular relationships had just been given to me and became very, very meaningful. And a couple of relationships that I resisted, and yet turned out to be highly, highly significant. And they were gifts, you know. They were gifts.
Yeah, well, it says here it's not accidental. These are accidental, and nor is what appears to be the end the real end, because you will meet them again, if it's not in this life, in pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the destination of every soul in this world. So it's grace. You know, we talk about grace. I think, was it you? No, Sally, did you ask me about grace, or was it John? I can't remember.
It was me, yeah.
Now, what is grace? Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, I'm not sure there's a hard and fast definition. You could say grace is, you know, the top level pure formless awareness. But I think often he uses it in another sense of. Let's go into the Holy Trinity quickly. And so it could just be, you could say grace is the same as these: knowledge, life, spirit, pure formless awareness, perfect love. But I get the sense that grace is more about, you know, this kind of miraculous grace. Yeah, there we go. So I put it there. I think after that conversation, it's part of this shift. It's part of a transformation, and it's given to you. These relationships come into your life to bless you, and you didn't necessarily do anything, you know, to consciously attract them. So that's the quality of grace, which is in the same. It's the shift from level 2, this world, to into level 1, taking you back into the true self, and ultimately back into pure formless awareness of perfect love. So yeah, by grace, these relationships come into our life to help us in that journey.
Yeah, it's very beautiful, actually.
Smiles on us. Yeah, lovely feel-good listeners. The extended smiles on us. So this this awareness smiles on us and offers us the happiness we gave to others. So as we bless others, it blesses us. We're all happier, and we really feel connected in that sense. There's no separation there. And you get a sense, even if it's been a difficult relationship, there's still grace, because that was what you needed to learn. Both parties, he says they might separate and go their way, but they've learned what they could learn at the time, and it was all meant to be. It was part of the learning of each person. So there's it could have been no other way. It was meant to unfold that way, and so it was. And to, as you say, to look back and go, well, it could have, should have been different, or I want to recapture it, is missing the point. It was what it was for that time, and it was perfect, and it's whatever it was, even if there was imperfection there. And then you move on, and if you remember, the only purpose is at one-ment. That's the only purpose of our life. So if you interpret it correctly with the Holy Spirit, then that can be used to take you back to at one-ment, and so with the other person as well. And then when in that context, relationships just being part of the at one-ment process, then there can be no judgment, there can be no anger, no guilt. It just is what it is. And if there's a natural end to a relationship, then that's how it is. And you just flow forward with acceptance and love. Okay. So any other comments on number 3?
I'm good with that.
Number 4, Sally?
Today we will not doubt his love for us, nor question his protection and his care. Today I will not doubt its love for me, nor question its protection and care. No meaningless anxieties can come between our faith and our awareness of his presence. No meaningless anxieties can come between my faith and my awareness of its presence. We are one with him today in recognition and remembrance. I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love today in recognition and remembrance. We feel him in our hearts. I feel it in my heart. Our minds contain his thoughts. Our eyes behold his loveliness in all we look upon. My mind contains its thoughts, and my eyes see its loveliness in all I look upon. Today we see only the loving and the lovable. Today I perceive only the loving and the lovable. Yeah. That's the practice.
Again, just such a lovely feeling. You see love everywhere. This loving awareness is everywhere because it's in your mind. Loving awareness is primarily in you, and then you perceive from that place of loving awareness, that state, really, not place, state of mind of loving awareness. You must then perceive the love everywhere. So God goes with me wherever I go because God is in my mind. It's such a simple lesson, but it takes a lot of understanding to really grasp it and also apply it.
The part about I feel it in my heart, it's only just recently that I've really felt it in my heart. Like my heart feels really expanded and glowing. I don't think ever in life I've ever felt that before. And people say they feel it, they can feel it. They say it radiates out. But yeah, it's an interesting feeling I've not had before.
Yeah. So that heart expansion is that heart chakra energy center, which arguably is the most important because it's the transition from the lower to the upper. And I don't know if you know about the Heart Math Institute's work, but in their work, they're saying this is like another intelligence. It's much more powerful than the brain. So it actually entrains the brain. It's an energy, not just an energy center, it's an intelligence center. And you can almost feel it, if you drop into it, you can feel that there's a presence there. There's something there that can from that place now. When you say you're being wholehearted, you're putting your whole heart into it. These kinds of sayings exist in English because of that feeling. Trying to capture that feeling of, yeah, I'm coming from that place. My heart is awakened. And so it's not just head, thinking, thought, intellectual, rational, even, changing one's mind, perception. A lot of the course is very mental. But that's all about clearing away the blocks so that in the end you can go into the heart and you can really feel this love. Because love is, can you intellectually know love? No, love is a felt thing, the felt presence, isn't it? Not really intellectually know it. Is why intellectuals have struggled with love for ages. And David Hawkins's conception, whether this is true or not, but he calibrated great minds like Galileo, Isaac Newton, Einstein at the level of 499 on his scale, which is just below the level of love. Again, whether that's true or not, we don't know. It's just another measure. And if you have a look at his scale, scale of consciousness somewhere here. There it is. So just below the level of 500, which is where loving awareness starts, is this higher kind of understanding, abstraction. So it's kind of the highest level the intellect can go to, is that abstract understanding. So you can think about, advanced concepts like time, space, and theory of relativity, and so on. But to break through into loving awareness, then you have to feel. It's more of a felt experience than a mental experience. And so some of the, greatest scientific minds were blocked at 499. They couldn't get to 500 because they couldn't feel that love. It goes beyond the intellect into a felt sense. And that's then the foundation. It's almost like the base camp of Everest to then go to the top of enlightenment. Because once you've got loving awareness, then joy and peace and the ineffable bliss of the enlightened state will come. So there are these little, on his scale anyway, these kind of hurdles you have to get through. 100 is one that's going from past to future orientation, even though it's still negative. Once you move from grief to fear, you're moving from past to future. At least the future can change, whereas the past can't. And another breakthrough level at 200, which is where you go from pride to courage, and you have the courage to take on the journey and grow. And then another one at 500, where you break through from the mind, predominantly mentally oriented, to a feeling of love. And these are experiential states, love, peace, and joy, leading to the ineffable bliss of pure consciousness, as he called it, or pure formless awareness, as we'd call it. Okay, so let's just go back to number 4. Any other comments on that? What's he saying in summary? Just summarize number 4 for us.
In the love, you can't have any anxieties. And if you feel it in your heart and see through that loving awareness, you cracked it.
Yeah, you can perceive everything as love, even the appearances that are not loving, because your loving awareness overrides it. You see, that's the key. You're no longer being directed by the external. So let's go back to our diagrams here, because this might be quite useful to understand what I'm going to say. You're no longer directed by the external. So most people are outside-in perception. So the outside world gives them various sensory inputs, and they perceive it from their existing belief system, which is in fact projected those circumstances in the first place. And so they are really just being programmed, being driven by the ego. When you turn this around, you go to the fundamental level of the mind desire. What do you desire? Oneness or separation. You change your mind there, so you desire oneness. Belief, thought, emotion changes, and then your perception of everything must change because of that loving awareness. So now it doesn't matter what's been projected out and what's coming at you from the sensory inputs. That loving awareness is the override. You only see from that loving awareness because that is your internal state. So now it's inside out perception. And the perception, which is where the internal meets the external, is now being governed by the internal locus of control, the internal belief in truth rather than in separation. And that's the miracle. When you do that, that process is miraculous, and that ultimately corrects your mind, because you then believe and eventually know that oneness is true. It starts with a belief and a desire for the truth, and then it graduates into eventually knowledge, where you just know that it's true. It's no longer a belief, and all of these layers are just being flooded by this loving awareness to the top level of perception, where your perception then it can only be loving, because there's nothing else. You've cleaned out all other beliefs in your mind, so you can only perceive anything lovingly, even if it appears not to be love. Even if someone is, behaving in unconscious ways, that doesn't affect your loving awareness, because it's coming from within you. And that is the enlightened state of mind. So you're not dependent at all on the external circumstances for perception. It's entirely governed by the internal locus of control, which has now been given willingly to the spirit to control. Okay, happy with number 4 then?
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on swiftly, let's ask Elaine if she's finished her dinner. Elaine, can you read for us number 5, or are you still busy?
Yeah, funny enough, I've just got a situation that's cropped up, and it's actually,
Okay,
yeah, I'm trying to get into that loving awareness, because I've just made a meal, put it on the table, and then he appeared, and he came in with a pint glass, but it was nearly half full of wine. And he'd already had a few beers. So I had to say something, and he was yelling at me, and he's now taken up to bed now. And again, I can't help but feel really sort of, it's painful to watch people behave like that. So I'm trying to get myself now into that peace. But
perfect. This is perfect for you. Read number 5, because it's exactly about that.
Right. In the alternative or in both?
Yeah, just in alternative. There's not much to translate there. So.
I perceive it in appearance of pain, and pain gives way to peace. I perceive it in the frantic, the sad, the distressed, the lonely and afraid, who are restored, who are restored to the tranquility and peace of mind in which they are extended. And I believe it in the dying and the dead as well, restoring them to eternal life. I perceive all this because I perceive it first within myself.
So just feel into that for a moment. All the appearances of pain. What you saw is an appearance of pain, loneliness, distress.
Yeah.
But none of it's true.
Right.
What you're seeing is just the illusion of the ego projected out. in the mirror that the relationship presents to you.
But on a practical level, you know,
Well, let's
what
correct
yeah.
your mind first, Elaine. It's not the practical first. Never lead with the practical.
Mm-hmm.
It's always about the mind correction. Change your mind first.
Yeah.
So can you find this peace that he's talking about, the tranquility and peace of mind that are unaffected by these kinds of ego dramas?
Yeah.
That it really doesn't matter whether Dave drinks wine or beer or whatever he does. It has no bearing. That tranquility and that peace of mind is always there, unaffected by any events and circumstances that seem to happen in this world.
That's fine when you're not related to the person, but when you're sitting directly next to them and they're angry, and it's quite uncomfortable.
Well, that's the challenge. That's the test, you see.
Mm.
So it's meant to test you. Okay, so it's uncomfortable. Why? Because what it's bringing up is your own sense of sadness, distress, loneliness, afraid, etc. The ego is arising in you.
Yeah.
Okay? So those thoughts and emotions, they're coming up. It feels quite painful, but you have the
Yes.
opportunity right now to let them go, to look on all of that, say,
Yeah.
this is not true. This isn't the truth of who I am. This is the false self arising again, seemingly triggered by the situation, to defend itself, to tell me that this love and this peace and this joy is all nonsense, and actually that pain and suffering and misery and distress are the truth. But that's not true. None of those feelings are true. They are illusions invented by the ego to cover over the tranquility and peace of mind, which is your natural state and right.
Yeah, I understand that. But on a practical level, once you've got your center and your peace of mind, there's going to be a point where you will need to take action.
Okay, so find your center and your peace of mind first, and then from that state, the action will come. It will unfold naturally. You will be guided as to what to think and say and do. See?
Yeah.
But get yourself into the right state first. So have you let go fully? Probably not. There's still some interbulation, isn't there?
A little, yeah.
Oh, so it's about letting that go, coming to your center, where you're calm, you're peaceful, you're tranquil. You're, okay, so what should I do? Maybe you don't need to do anything. Maybe just leave it. Maybe you say something, maybe you don't. But find the center first,
Mm-hmm.
and then the practical action will come from the Holy Spirit. Then you know that you've been guided. Otherwise, you haven't really let it go. The ego's still really in charge, and then you think and speak and act from that place, and it's never going to go well when you do that.
Right. It just seems to be repeating itself more and more and more.
Mm.
So I'm not understanding why I keep getting these situations. I don't,
Really?
because I'm doing the work. I am doing.
But that's exactly why it's happening.
It's like really painful. It's like, gosh.
Yeah, but
You
it's
know, it's
happening
turning into
for
an-
you. It's happening for you to undo your ego. That's why it's happening.
Yeah.
So the more you do this work, the more the ego is going to defend itself, and it will defend itself through these means, your special relationship, and then try and trigger you. And then when it does trigger you and all those painful thoughts and emotions arise, you have the perfect opportunity to look at them and let them go, which is then how you undo the ego. Right? So you're in this is the fast track, being in a special relationship where there's a partner who's triggering you all the time is very, very helpful for your awakening. You can see it as such, see, because now you've got to deal with those thoughts and emotions as they arise. And if it's happening regularly, like daily, then you have a daily practice to let go of them. And every day that you do let go, you are undoing another part of the ego. So that's why it's happening. It's happening for you. And it's happening as a direct response to your attempts to awaken. The ego is trying to defend itself, and it's using this your partner as the way of doing that.
Yeah.
But that's helpful. That's what you want it to do. So, okay, bring it on. Come. Give it all to me, because I want this to come up. I'm not going to shy away from this. I want to clean out my mind. So everything you're experiencing now, that pain, is in the depths of your subconscious mind. And it needs to be brought into conscious awareness to release it. Otherwise, it remains hidden in your subconscious for years. It's been there, and now it's arising. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I understand that. But am I to tolerate this forever? I mean, because that's the way I can see it.
Just let go. Do the letting go, because it's not forever. If you truly let go and you've really cleaned this out, you've really cleaned yourself out, then things will change on the level of form. And this is exactly what you need to awaken.
Yeah.
So why would you sabotage the process?
Because it just seems to be going, and it's like a long, laborious, it doesn't seem to be an end to it.
But the end is when you are not affected. So Dave does something and you're not moved. You stay in your peace. You are not shaken at all. And you know you've learned the lesson.
But there are times you have to, like there, I mean, coming in with half a pint of wine and already drunk, there's a point where you kind of have to take responsibility, because he's on a lot of medication and they've said don't drink alcohol. Where do you draw the line? So I did say,
well,
that's,
yeah. You can't, he has free will. He can do what, you can't stop him. If he wants to do that, then that's what he's going to do. Your job is to remain calm, centered, peaceful, and loving, and then be guided from that place. Okay, so what should I say? What should I do? How can I manage this most skillfully? But I have to be in that state in order to listen to the guidance. So it's advanced mind training. It's a great opportunity for you to really,
it's very advanced.
Really learn these principles.
Very advanced.
So that's why it's happening for you. And it's not easy. But then enlightenment not easy. No one said enlightenment's going to be easy.
No.
So you've got to really go to the depths of your own ego, which is being triggered now by this, and clean that out and let it go. And that's what it's happening for. That's why it's happening. So remember that it's happening for you, for your awakening. It's not happening to punish you or make your life a misery. It's happening for your awakening. And so why not surrender to that, cooperate with it and say, okay, it's happening for my awakening. All right, I'll go with that. I'll just let it go. And I'll let go some more. And I will be guided practically what to do. The Holy Spirit can guide my thoughts, my words, and my actions. Let me step back and let it lead the way.
Yeah.
So remember this. This is the final outcome of the perception. In fact, I'll bring it up in. Probably got it in files. It's 365, 363. I think it was. There we go. So you want to read that just to remind yourself. Remember, this is the final lesson. He repeats it 5 times, so it's probably the most important lesson in the course.
Yeah. This holy instant would I give you, be you in charge, for I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace. And the alternative, I am wholly aware now, every moment, I allow my true self to be in charge and follow only its guidance, knowing that it brings me peace.
And then if I need a word,
and if I need a word to help me, he will give it to me. If I need a thought, that will he also give. And if I need but stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive of him. He is in charge by my request, and he will hear and answer me, because he speaks for God, my Father, and his Holy Son.
and then the alternative.
The remembrance of perfect love will give me the words I need to help me. It will also give me a thought whenever I need one, and if I need only stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will give from it. It is in charge by my request, and it will hear and answer me, because it speaks for pure, formless awareness of perfect love, my source and its innocent extension.
So that's that's the final outcome. Saying, leave it all to the Holy Spirit, and you will be guided. Whatever you need a thought, you need a word, you just need to be still and quiet. You will be given whatever you need in every situation. But make sure you let go first. And you are not trying to take charge of it. The separate self, the ego. So that requires the complete letting go of the negative thoughts and emotions. And the desire to maybe try and change it, manipulate it, fix it. Or let go of all of that. Get yourself in to this quiet state where you can receive the guidance and you will be told what to do. Is that helpful?
It was, but he's on the warpath now. He's now decided he's going to drive, and he's been drinking.
Right.
So it's a difficult situation at the moment. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, you can't do anything about what Dave's choices are, but you can make the choice yourself to remain calm, centered, peaceful, and loving, no matter what.
Yeah.
If he wants to do that, okay. Well, there's consequences, and the consequences will come to him to help him awaken from this nightmare of separation that he's in. So be it. You can't control all of that. You just allow it to unfold. Everyone's on their own journey, and if that requires that he has to have some negative consequences, and so be it. And you can just be there to be the loving awareness to support him in that journey.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can help you to we're nearly at the meditation. Just finish the text, and then we'll do a meditation, which will probably help you to let go of whatever's still lingering there. Okay, so moving on to number 6. I think it's John again, if I'm right.
No miracle can ever be denied to those who know that they are one with God. No correction can ever be denied to those who know that they are one with pure formless awareness of perfect. No thought of theirs but has the power to heal all forms of suffering in anyone in times gone by and times as yet to come, as easily as in the ones who walk beside them now. Every thought of theirs has the power to heal all forms of suffering in anyone, in times gone by and times as yet to come, as easily as in the ones who walk beside them now. Their thoughts are timeless and apart from distance as apart from time, and apart from distance as apart from time. Thoughts are timeless and beyond space and time.
So what's he saying there in summary?
He's saying that if we really tune in to spirit, then we cannot be denied. Our essence, our life force, our beingness cannot be denied. Maybe not today, but someday.
Every thought of theirs has the power to heal all forms of suffering in anyone. Times gone by, times as yet to come. Easily in the ones who walk beside them now. So a very inspiring, positive message. You're saying your thoughts can heal anyone and anything. There's no order of difficulty in miracles, in other words. No correction can ever be denied.
Yeah.
As you know that they're one. So, Elaine, I hope that gives you some courage and some strength. No correction can ever be denied to those who know that they are one with pure formless awareness and perfect love. So the question is, do you know it fully and completely? Because then you would have no doubt. If there's still doubt and a lack of faith, then that's part of the letting go. This is happening for you so that you can let go of that lack of faith and trust, and really start to know that you are one with this eternal, infinite, loving presence that there is no order of difficulty in miracles for. Okay, number 7, happy to move on. I think it's Sally again.
We join in this awareness as we say that we are one with God. I join in this awareness as I say I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. But in these words we say as well that we are saved and healed, that we can save and heal accordingly. But in these words I say as well I am awakened and healed, and I can awaken others and heal accordingly. We have accepted, and we now would give. I have accepted this, and I can now give freedom and healing. For we would keep the gifts our Father gave. For I want to keep the gifts my source gave to me by giving them away. Today we would experience ourselves as one with him, so that the world may share our recognition of reality. Today I will experience myself as one with it, so that everyone may share my recognition of reality. In our experience, the world is freed. In my experience, the world is freed. As we deny our separation from our Father, it is healed along with us. As I deny my separation from my source, it is healed along with me. Powerful stuff.
Yeah, it is. Very powerful. Any thoughts on that?
I can certainly
What do you
feel it.
say in summary? You can
I
feel
don't know
it.
about thinking, but I can feel it. It's really powerful, really in my belly. It's powerhouse.
So that power center in the third chakra, it's activated by these kinds of words. So saying there's nothing you cannot do, that you can awaken and heal anyone. All pain, suffering, misery, sickness, and death can be undone by this power. And there's something in you that knows that that is true. It goes beyond practical considerations and time, space, and all the apparent blocks to that awareness. There's something in us all that knows that that is true. It's the absolute ultimate truth. That if we will just listen to and we will apply it and live it, then we will start to see these kinds of miraculous results happening in our life.
But it's
And
as
we
Elaine
have to know
says,
experientially.
like Elaine says, that when you're triggered and you're in fear, it's like a million miles away, isn't it? This feeling of surety and it all being okay is a long way away from that understanding, isn't it?
It is. It is.
The practice is to let those feelings go and replace them with the feelings of certainty, power, loving awareness, as and when they arise. That's all forgiveness is. Replace the ego's thoughts and emotions with the Holy Spirit's as you notice them arising.
It's like knowing what you're seeing that isn't love, isn't really there, isn't really happening, and to be in that pure formless awareness, regardless of this film show that goes on around us, acting things out. And it's like knowing, even though I'm seeing you shouting, I don't know, I'm in love. Even though I hear those words, no, it's not love. Seeing that, that's not truth. It's a strong practice, isn't it?
But very. You've got to deny the images on the 4-dimensional screen of time space, and you're in it. It's not just the screen. It's like you seem to be in the screen. You seem to be a character in the dream, you see. So it's all very real. This is what the ego is made up. But the foundational awareness, the ground of being, it's like the screen onto which this is projected is the same. That's not moved. It's not changed one iota by any of what happens in the dream. The images, think of it in a movie terms. You project images onto the screen. The screen, the blank, white screen, is not affected at all by those images, is it? It's not imprinted, and then the images stop, and then there's just the blank screen. So it's the same. With our pure formless awareness is not affected at all by any of those images projected onto the screen of time and space. But we just have to remember that in the moment when the images seem to be stronger, and the image comes and it's speaking, it's acting in unconscious ways, and all of those emotions come up, right? So that is the veil of illusion. The ego is using the images to then provoke thoughts and emotions, which are then covering over that awareness of the truth in you. And that's the whole point of the illusion. That's what it's designed to do. That's the only point of it. Everything is just a justification for the thoughts and the emotions that cover over pure formless awareness. When I had my kind of little moment of Satori after 9 days of meditation, went into pure formless awareness for a little bit, then I came out and it was all just kind of like downloaded. And that was so clear to me. It was like everything here is just a justification. The images on the screen are there to justify the thoughts and the emotions that cover over that awareness. And the whole thing is designed to distract you and deny that awareness. That's all it's there for. That's why the world and the ego, being the idea of separation, are really one. The world is just a projection of that thought system that has generated the images only to justify its thought system and assert its thought system over pure formless awareness and cover it all over. And that's the veil of illusion. And I was like, oh, I get it. That's why they call it a veil, because it's covered it all over. It's covered pure formless awareness over, so that you can't perceive that light. It's covered by the dark thoughts and emotions that the ego loves. So when something happens like has happened tonight, and then it's there, understand, it's an image in the dream designed to trigger those thoughts and emotions to arise in you, so that they cover over this arising pure formless awareness of perfect love. And they assert again the dominance of the ego and say, no, you know, that awareness is not true. The truth is pain and suffering and fear and attack thoughts and whatever else you're experiencing. So it's an attempt by the ego to again, you know, be the truth in your mind, be the only self, the only reality, and cover over that pure formless awareness that is the ultimate truth. When you understand that, then it's easier to deal with. You go, okay, you know, there's just this image on a screen. I think he's my husband, but he's not really. It's just the ego projecting itself out and manifesting through this person, through this mind and this body entity, and now showing me that it is true and real. And that's the game. That's what's going on. But that's not true. It's a setup. You're being set up to be upset. Do you understand?
Oh, I can understand. It's just I
Mm.
have a live situation here that's somebody's just sped off now with a lot of drink on board, driving very fast. And you can't help but think,
Wow.
what am I
It
to
will
do?
be what it will be. It will be what it will be. You know, what can you do? He's driven off. You don't know where he's gone. Okay, well,
Yeah.
he'll come back or he won't. You know, it will be what it will be. Not up to you to, you know, try and control it.
That surrender thing, isn't it? You just have to surrender.
Yeah.
But
And
even,
understand that he will get whatever lessons he needs to get to awaken. And that's what will happen.
but he seems to be going further and further into, well, he's obviously got this vascular dementia, and you're not supposed to have alcohol, but never mind, that's what he wants to do. But when he's sitting there with nearly half a pint of wine and very morose and being, you know, you have to say, well, I said, do you mind? I don't want you drinking while we're having our dinner. Well, you know, and he went off in a rage. So, well, a rage, I'm exaggerating there, but in a very, you know.
Yeah. A very irritated state.
Yeah. And of course, to be honest, I mean, the truth be known, I would like to leave him. If I'm really being honest, I'm at a stage now where I would really like to go. But I've obviously got to think of the animals, my work, the voluntary work. So there is a lot of things to take into consideration. So maybe I need to find somewhere where I can find this, you know, get the veil removed, because there's too much. It's just a repeat. That the veil's just going to be, you'll come back again and you'll be sorry in the morning, blah, blah, blah. And it just repeats. So there's a point where I need to remove this veil, and then I need some answers, because it's just getting silly now. It's joke.
Well, so ask for guidance.
Yeah.
This is what the Holy Spirit's there for. So, okay, so what is for the highest good? What should I do? Where should I go? But do it from a calm, centered state.
Oh yeah.
That you
well,
get
the
yourself
moment
into that. I'm not emotionally involved. I can find that peaceful awareness no matter what. Okay, from that state now, what,
Yeah.
you ask, what should I do? Where should I go? And I surrender. Okay, I'm in the hands of God here. I don't know
Yeah.
necessarily. And
Yeah.
then, you wait for the guidance. It may not come straight away, but often
No.
it'll pop in later. You might just be walking a dog or washing the dishes or something, and then boom, something pops in, and you're like, okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
what does it feel like?
Yeah. Well, at the moment, I can't do anything because I'm feeling the emotions. So obviously, I can't act from that. So I'm going to have
Yeah.
to wait until they've subsided. And then,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
So find that inner peace,
Yeah. Very much.
and then you'll be guided.
Yeah.
And know that it's all going to be okay. Whatever happens, it's going to be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All just part of the awakening journey. Okay, so do you want to read Peace Be to You today?
Any alternative or both?
It's a bit of translation, so I'll read it in both.
Peace be to you today. I choose peace today. Secure your peace by practicing awareness. You are one with your Creator as He is with you. I secure my peace by practicing awareness that I am one with my Source as it is with me. Sometime today, whenever it seems best, devote half an hour to the thought that you are one with God. Sometime today, whenever it seems best, I will devote half an hour to the thought that I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is our first attempt at an extended period for which we give no rules, no special words to guide your meditation. This is my first attempt at an extended practice period for which there are no rules or special words to guide my meditation. We will trust God's voice to speak as He sees fit today, certain He will not fail. Invite pure formless awareness of perfect love into my awareness for this half an hour. He will do the rest. It will do the rest.
Well, there you go. There's your answer, isn't it? So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to meditate, and you have perfect because you've been given a time to do it. Because Dave's gone off in a half, so we will meditate on this.
Yeah.
For half an hour, as he suggests. Give it all over. And
yeah.
All I have to do is practice this lesson. I am one. Practice the thought. I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And allow that awareness to arise. And that thought points you directly into the awareness it points to. So you let that awareness arise, and it will do the rest. So you don't have to do anything more. Just surrender into that awareness and see what happens. So shall we do a meditation now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so give me a moment to. The recording is ready. So okay, so just make yourself comfortable. Sitting in your favorite meditation posture, feet shoulder width apart. Keep your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap or Have your hands on your thighs, palms facing upwards. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Squeeze the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Just draw the energy up into heart center, up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Scan your mind. Notice any disturbing thoughts and emotions. Anything that's not pure formless awareness, perfect love, anything that's uncomfortable. Notice how that shows up in your body. Maybe an uncomfortable feeling in your stomach, block in your chest. Maybe a clenched jaw, clenched fists. So the extreme, not dry mouth, sweaty palms, nausea, panic attacks can all come just from your distorted thoughts and emotions. Wherever you are on that spectrum, breathe into it. Another deep breath in, breathing this light of true awareness into every cell of your body, every part of your mind, fiber of your being, is in this light. And you're just going to dedicate this practice to a single idea that I am one with God. I am one with perfect love. I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Say that to yourself aloud if you like. I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. I am pure formless awareness of perfect love. Say that. That's what it means by you one with. You are it and it is you. It is your fundamental awareness. So claim it now, breathe it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love arising in you now. And in pure formless awareness of perfect love, there is no room for any fear, any doubts, worry, anxiety, anger, irritation, frustration, depression, guilt, sin, sadness, sorrow, and anything else that the ego has invented to cover this awareness over. These things in pure formless awareness, perfect love, are unknown. And so you exhale and you just blow them away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness that they really are. Blow them out to the breeze of your breath. And just surrender into the stillness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love that you are. This lesson is telling you very clearly, this is what you are in truth. Your only problem in life, the one perceptual problem you have, is that you perceive that this is not the case. You are not this awareness. There is another awareness going on. It tells you that you are alone and separate, afraid of everyone and everything. You are not this fundamental, pure, formless awareness, perfect love. If any of those kinds of ideas, thoughts, emotions come up, just breathe into them again. You can imagine you breathing light in, if that helps you, a golden or white light. Just being infused into every pore, every cell, every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being, in the light of your true awareness. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still. Observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils to help still the mind. By focusing on the breath, the mind comes into quiet awareness. And every now and then you might just think, I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. You prefer I am one with perfect love, or I am. Just leave out the one with. I am pure formless awareness of perfect love. I am that presence. I am that I am. Right now, not sometime in the past or the future. I am that I am. That presence of perfect love, the pure formless awareness of that presence of perfect love is what I am right now. That is what I am in truth, and there is nothing else to be aware of. So for the next 20 minutes or so, you're just going to be in that awareness. There's no technique, there's no practice. You just breathe normally in and out through your nose, and you just allow this awareness to permeate through your mind. Your entire awareness becomes this one awareness. Becomes the pure formless awareness of perfect love by your invitation. Nothing is being forced upon you here. This is your own willingness to simply accept what is true, what is given, what is true eternally, beyond all of your illusions, beyond your doubts and expectations and worries, fears, everything you've used to cover this awareness over, is the truth of this awareness in its original state. It's an original form. It is just pure, formless. There is no form in it. Awareness. And we call this perfect love or oneness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love, which are just words that can take you into this state of awareness. So allow the words to do that. Say, I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. I am pure, formless awareness, perfect love. I am that I am, and there is nothing else. And I sit in this awareness, I abide in it. Abide in this pure, formless awareness of perfect love for the next 20 minutes of deep contemplative silence. Any thoughts come in to disturb your peace, sweet peace and tranquility. It's light that you are in. Just observe them, know that they're just coverings over the light. Ego's attempt to maintain its control of your mind. So breathe in this light. It helps you can visualize the light flowing into every pore, every cell, every muscle, every part of your mind, fiber of your being is in the light, your true awareness. And remind yourself, I am one with pure formless awareness, perfect love. I am this awareness. I am pure formless awareness, perfect love. exhale on the truth of that. Once and for all, blow away these thoughts and emotions that deny that. Imagine they're like dark clouds leaving you. Going, gone to the nothingness they really are. And now you just rest in this awareness. Deeply, wholly, fully, and completely. The next 15 minutes or so of deep silence. So just coming back from this deep state of connected awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, which you hopefully experienced for yourself. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils, pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind again, just noticing any thoughts, any emotions related, body sensations, particularly anything that still feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting, just uncomfortable. Breathe into it and remind yourself that I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. I am that awareness. I am pure formless awareness, perfect love in this moment. Exhale on the count of 2, blowing it all out, letting go of any of that negativity, releasing it, going, gone. Nothingness that it really is. And in the gap between breaths, rest in this deep peace. Notice that the awareness that was with you in the deepest part of the meditation is still there. And you're starting to be more aware of breath and body sensations. Awareness is still very much there. It's the underlying awareness which can never leave you. It's my guide. It's pure formless awareness of perfect love in our translated language goes with you wherever you go, as he tells us in today's lesson. Goes with you wherever you go because it's in your mind. It can never leave you. So it's noticing now the weight of your body as it presses down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling with your hands touching. There's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose, and notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. And you breathe in. Notice this awareness is still there, ever present, can never really leave you. You're going to carry it with you for the rest of the session, the rest of the evening, and on into your weekend. So it's said and so it is done. On the count of 3, open your eyes. So just look around, take a few moments just to observe surroundings and noticing whatever object in the room. There in this very clear, calm awareness. Awareness is still very much there. You look at any object, notice the awareness is there, another object, same awareness. Starting to teach yourself that there really is only one awareness. Only the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which you have remembered in the last 35 minutes or so, and remains with you right now. So stay rooted in that awareness for the rest of the evening. So to do that, just listen to a short breath break I've given you, or the longer meditation, to connect with today's lesson, practice today's lesson, apply it. And I'm one with God, one with pure forms, one is perfect love. And that should keep you in this very connected, aware, and peaceful state, which is what I wish for you. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the second part of the session. So now we're going to go on, have a look at the text if you'd like to. Text reading for today, which is, let's bring it up, called The Holy Instant and the Laws of God. So are you up for that, John, Elaine?
I'm good. I'm good with that.
Yeah? Elaine, you're going to stay with us?
Yeah.
Okay. On we go then. So did that help? You feel a bit
Yeah.
calmer, more centered?
Yeah, no, it's made me, it's actually, I've made a decision.
Okay.
I'm going to get a flight tomorrow and I'm off.
Oh, wow. Okay. What, to England?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to go and find a bit of peace. I just want some peace.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do
Okay.
anything drastic. I'm just going to sort my dog out. There's a friend who can do that. And I'm just going to go and find somewhere where I can have some peace.
Oh, okay.
And I can do my training. I can do this a bit. It's going to be easier.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
No,
Well,
I'm not making any rash decisions. It's just,
Yeah.
I'm going to have a little bit of peace. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you see how the Holy Spirit works?
Oh, yeah.
You go into that state, you find calmness, you connect with that awareness, and then it gives you the guidance. It says, okay, so here's what you need to do.
Yeah.
And then, the next stage will unfold once you're in the UK and you've got some space and some time.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
immerse yourself in this practice, then the next thing will unfold.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah.
Well, come and visit in Dorset if you're going to be in this part of the world, or are you going up north again?
Funny enough, trusted house it is, because Sally kindly said that I could go to her house. So I might be knocking on her door.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
And who better than Sally?
Yeah. Well, exactly. That is a house of healing.
I mean, that is, yeah, because that's where Jackie found her peace, didn't she? So there you go. You could have me and Sally sitting on the sofa with our cup of tea.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah. Well, good. Yeah.
Yeah. You never know, actually. But trusted house sitters, you never know. Yeah.
We're not that far from Sally either, Elaine.
Oh, right. Yeah. So there you go. So thank you very much, John. And you, Jono. Yeah. So watch this space.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look forward to seeing you in the UK, maybe in a
more peaceful state of mind. In a more peaceful state of mind.
Yes. Yeah.
I dream of it.
It's challenging when you got that kind of thing going on. Very challenging to do spiritual practice and stay, calm and peaceful. That's why I'm on my own. I can't do it in a family environment. Yeah,
well, it's just the ego goes crackers. I'm starting to think of, work and crikey, I've only got a year left and I'll be able to get a bit of a pension. It's this, it's that. Oh dear, yeah, the ego is awful. And then the pets. Oh my goodness, it really. And I just thought, no, I'm getting a flight. Just do it, because the ego will find an excuse for anything.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, when you're making
Peace
your
of mind.
peace of mind a priority, aren't you?
Absolutely.
So good.
Absolutely.
No, well done. So out of these things always comes something good. And that's that's the saving grace, is that it doesn't matter what challenges we face, something good can come out of it if
Yeah.
you approach it with the Holy Spirit as your guide.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Totally agree.
yeah, so really
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the meditation helped.
It did.
And that's the next stage then for you. Okay, so do that, and then the next thing will be revealed. So the Holy Spirit only tells you the next step.
Oh
Doesn't
yeah, I don't
necessarily
know. Yeah.
gives you the
And
full. Okay, this is okay. Take this step now. Very present. Do that now because it feels right. Then you take that step, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one unfolds.
Yeah. That's the way you've hit the nail on the head there, because I was thinking in the ego taking too many steps ahead, and that was making me anxious. Whereas all I now need to do is just book the flight and go.
Take the one step.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because if you start thinking about money, pensions,
You can't work it all out.
You wouldn't be able to do. You wouldn't move. Yeah, you'd be paralyzed.
Yeah, that's called paralysis by analysis.
Yeah, whew. You're
Like,
not kidding.
what should I do? And you can't possibly, foresee all the possible permutations and outcomes.
It's just very
And so
paralyzed.
then you just do nothing. You go, well, I'll just stay
You
where I am because
freeze.
that's
Yeah, exactly. You just freeze.
paralysis by analysis. So, whereas the Holy Spirit says, okay, it's all going to be fine. Just do this. You can do that. That's very doable. Do that now.
Yeah, it's
present.
it. Yeah, it's not hurting anybody. I've got
And
no
did that
children.
just come to you in the meditation? It was just a thought that said, okay.
It did, and then I started to write things down, and then straight away I thought, no, rather than this worry, what's going to happen, this, that, and the other. It just said straight away, just get a flight and find some peace. And that's it.
And it's a lovely time of the year to be in the UK. So
so thank you.
It's only a pleasure. Thank you. Thank the Holy Spirit, because that's what's doing it all for you. Okay. Well, might see you in the UK soon. So let's have a look then at today's lesson. Share my screen. And so this one is section 6. So this is section 6 of chapter 15, called the Holy Instant and the Laws of God, or the Holy Aware Moment. Stick that in, and the Laws of God, the Laws of Perfect Love. Let's do the first bit of translation of the title. Holy Aware Moment and the Laws of Perfect Love. All right, so paragraph 1, this is, what are we looking at? I think it's too bad. 6, 7, 8 paragraphs. Yeah. Okay, so 8 paragraphs. Let's go for it. So do you want to kick it off, Elaine?
Yeah. It is impossible to use one relationship at the expense of another and not to suffer guilt. And it is equally impossible to condemn part of a relationship and find peace within it. Under the Holy Spirit's teaching, all relationships seem as total commitments, yet they do not conflict with one another in any way.
I'll read that in the alternative.
Oh, yeah. It's impossible to use one relationship at the expense of another and
That's
not.
okay. The
Oh.
first two are going to be the same. Just number 3.
Oh, number 3. Under the remembrance of perfect love's teaching, all relationships are seen as total commitments, yet they do not conflict with one another in any way. Perfect. We're going into.
Yeah. Carry on the alternative. There's not much to translate.
Perfect faith in each one, for its ability to satisfy you completely, arises only from perfect faith in yourself. And this you cannot have while guilt remains. And there will be guilt as long as you accept the possibility and cherish it, that you can make a companion into what he is not, because you would have him so.
Because you make someone into what they are not.
Seems very apt for you tonight, Elaine.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. It's all
we said-
perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
As you want it so. Yeah. So even irrespective of how someone's behaving, you still have to misperceive them in order to see them in the ego's perception. It's a misperception. It's still a choice on your part as to what you want to perceive as real.
Right.
So you can make someone, even if they're demonstrating the ego, you are still making them into what they are not because you want it so by judging them as such, you see?
Yeah.
And that's the element of your choice and your judgment that's involved in the perception.
Just
Because
seem
your
very
ego
real.
loves that. Your ego wants them to be separate from you. And it loves the dysfunction and the pain and the suffering. And so it makes it real because that is what it wants. So you either listen to that insane voice or you counter that and you say, no, this is not what I want. And so I'm going to let that go, irrespective of the person's behavior. And what you do on the level of form might come out of that, as you've just seen. Okay, well, maybe that means you book a flight and you leave and you go somewhere else. Okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But the correction in the mind needs to happen first.
Right. Mm.
So what else is he saying here? Do you want to summarize that number 1 for us?
Well, it's impossible to condemn part of a relationship and find peace, which is what I'm doing. So under the remembrance and perfect love, all relationships are seen as total commitments. So they do not conflict with one another in any way. So there's perfect faith in each one. And which, of course, none of this can happen while guilt remains. And there will be guilt there as long as
you accept the possibility and cherish it.
Yeah.
Accept and cherish the possibility. Let's make it a bit shorter.
Interesting.
You can make someone into what they are not because you want it. It's so. So the ego is very cunning. It's going to use someone like, is in your life, who's its agent, but it's going to use that to try and pull you in to its thought system. You go, well, it's not me, it's the other person who's doing it.
Right.
But it's still your choice to entertain the possibility and cherish the possibility that you can, in fact, judge someone as unworthy, as less than what they truly are, the one self we share.
Mm.
And the ego's just given you the opportunity to do that by showing you, well, there you go, look, there it is. Obviously this person is behaving appallingly. How can you see that as love, as the one self, as the Christ?
Yeah.
But that's the setup. It's setting you up to deny your source. It remains, here's the key point, it remains your choice what you want to perceive, irrespective of what the other person is doing or saying. It remains your choice as to how you want to perceive them and the situation. And that is the only power you have. That's the one remaining power of choice that you have in this world. And that if you exercise that power correctly, right-mindedly, that power can help you to escape the whole dream and transcend all difficulties and apparent pain. So he's saying, choose again, but it is a choice. It's up to you still to choose correctly. So you're not a victim of the circumstances, irrespective of what seems to be happening. You can choose your response with the guidance of the remembrance of perfect love, which you just did.
Yeah.
Which is a very empowering thing to do, isn't it? So I can actually do this. I can listen to the guidance and I can follow it. And so I'm not a victim of the situation. I have choice.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, oh, but how's this going to work? I mean, you would say, I could tell you, but you're saying, practically speaking, how's this going to work? And I need, no, if you trust the Spirit, it will give you what is required. It will tell you what you need to do. But you must lead with it. You must go into it and trust it. Totally. Before you try and solve the problem on a practical level. Because otherwise you're solving it from the same level of thinking at which the problem was created, as Einstein put it. That we can't solve our significant problems at that level. It can't be solved at the same level of thinking, i.e. the ego construct of separation. You must go beyond that into another awareness, which will only happen if you let go of that construct. So what raises you up into a higher awareness is letting go of the existing awareness. And you just, had a powerful demonstration of that. Meditated, went into that awareness, you get the guidance. Okay, now you have clarity, you have a way forward.
Yeah.
And then the next, once you're here, the next step will unfold, and so on and so on.
That's the only way, because guilt is exactly the right word that comes in. You shouldn't be doing this response, blah blah blah. Yeah. But it's got to be. It's got to be. The guilt really does start to creep in. Yeah.
But there is no guilt in pure formless awareness.
No.
There is just a very clear direction. So you look at the timeline. Let's just have a quick look at this. And you can clear all this away. What you've got to do in the holy instant, which is what he's talking about in the last couple of lessons. The holy instant is the moment. It's the single point of awareness right now. It's like that little tip of the blue arrow. That's the holy instant, which becomes the portal into pure formless awareness of perfect love. So you go zip from the holy instant and you ride the arrow up into that awareness. You experience some peace, some love. You experience the beneficent presence that it is. And then there's like a download. So you've uploaded and then you download and it comes back the other way. And now it gives you some guidance. And it says, okay, so on the level of form on the timeline, book a flight and go to England. And that's how this process works. That's the miraculous process, up and down that channel. And that channel is only open in the moment, the holy instant, or the holy aware moment, as he calls it. If it's clouded over, that moment is clouded over by all of the conditioning of the past. So all of your past situations, traumas, grievances, or the future, your future fears, your worries, expectations, desires, that's also part of the future, mixed in with worries, mixed in with grievances from the past, then that is clouded over, and the ego has shut out that holy aware moment where you can access the whole power of the remembrance of perfect love, which leads ultimately to the infinite, eternal power of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So the ego is doing everything it can to block that awareness, to keep you on the timeline, traveling back in the past. That's guilt. Into the future is fear. And those thoughts and emotions block the holy aware moment, and they block your access to this divine realm of pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's to let go of those blocks, and then you have access to the holy aware moment, and you can write up, and you can get downloads. You can upload and you can download. And the more you do that, the wider that channel becomes, the more you can use it. It's like it becomes this, broadband fiber optic connection, which is always on and going at high speed the more you use it. So that's what the spiritual practice does, is it broadens it widens that channel. So in the end, this becomes as wide as the whole of it, and you merge back in, and there's no difference anymore between you and this awareness. And that's the ultimate state. While we're seeking now to make that connection, it's about strengthening it through the spiritual practice. And the more you do that, the more you broaden the path, and the more the communication up and down starts to happen. So you just experience real time. So well done. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on paragraph 1?
No, that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, so move on to number 2 then. John, if you can read that one for us.
You have so little faith in yourself because you are unwilling to accept the fact that perfect love is in you. That stays the same.
We're doing, we're personalizing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, we needed to do that last. So I cannot have one guilt remains, and there will be guilt as long as I accept and cherish the possibility that I can make someone into what they're not because I want it so. The rest is all fine because it was not you. Perfect faith in myself. Okay, so
I have so little faith in myself because I am unwilling to accept the fact that perfect love is in me. And so I seek without for what I cannot find within.
what I cannot find without. So I seek outside myself what I cannot find. Outside.
Shouldn't that be? That's not the same. That's not the same as within, Jono.
Yeah, it was without.
Oh,
cannot find it out. I don't know why you read it as within, but it was
oh
without.
yeah. I was
I
very
seek
confident.
without what I cannot find without. You said within.
Yeah. I certainly convinced
Anyway,
myself of that one.
I cannot find outside me, or
Let me just get that
without.
one. And so I seek outside myself what I cannot find outside me. And so you seek for without, for what you cannot find without.
Huh? Outside myself, right? I put it there, capital self. I seek outside of that self, which exists within my mind.
Ah, okay.
What I cannot find outside of,
Yeah.
of myself. I can't find it outside, but I look. And so the ego's mantra is seek and seek outside of yourself in this illusory world you've invented for some kind of happiness, peace, satisfaction, joy, and never find it, because you won't find it in an illusion.
Yeah. Yep. Good. I offer, Yeshua offers me my perfect faith in myself.
Offers me his perfect faith.
It's okay. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeshua offers me his perfect faith in me, in place of all my doubts. But
I'm about to replace all my doubts.
But do not forget that my faith must be as perfect. But I do not forget that my faith must be as perfect in all my companions as it is in me.
So that his faith, because he's talking about himself, that his faith must be as perfect in all my companions as it is in me, or it would be a limited gift.
Or it would be a limited gift. Should it be a capital H on his faith?
No, because it's talking about Yeshua.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Person. No, we don't capitalize that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, or it would be a limited gift to me.
Yeah.
So it has to be the same for all of us. There's nothing special about me.
Yeah.
That's not, people can get carried away. They say, well, I have a direct communication with Yeshua. It makes me very special. But actually, he has the same the same faith in everyone.
Yeah.
Given to everyone equally. No one is more special than anyone else. We're all equally worthy and equally special in his eyes. So in the holy instant.
In the holy instant,
So
I share.
Translating that as holy aware moment, which I quite like. Do you like that translation?
Yeah. In the holy aware moment, yeah, I share my faith in pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension.
I think let's leave it as we.
No, yeah, it's better with we.
About all of us. Him, us, him, me, and companions.
Yeah, we share our, because we recognize together that he is wholly worthy of it. Okay, without the capital H.
We share our faith in God's Son. So we share
Yeah,
our faith in perfect love's extension because we recognize together that. Recognize together. I'm not sure these two commas there. We recognize together that. Everyone is wholly worthy of it. Worthy of what? Share our faith in God's Son. Wholly worthy of the faith. It is the faith. He is wholly worthy of it. He's wholly worthy. We just need to clarify that. Everyone is wholly worthy of our faith.
And in our appreciation of his worth, we cannot doubt. Oh, and in appreciation of their worth, we cannot doubt his own pure formless awareness.
Cannot doubt their own holiness, doubt his holiness, doubt their own, even if it's covered over. So someone is not awakened, it's covered over, they don't know that that awareness is there because they've denied it and they've covered it over with all kinds of other thoughts, but it's still there. Everyone is still worthy of our faith because that fundamental awareness is still in them, even if they're not aware of it.
And so we love it.
So we love
Him? Everyone. Oh, yeah, okay.
So, well, we're talking about the whole, the sonship, the Son of God, God's Son, extension, because we recognize together that everyone is wholly worthy of our faith and our appreciation of their worth, cannot doubt their own pure formless awareness. So, I love everyone. That's unconditional love, irrespective of what they say, what they do, their actions, because none of that is affected. The pure formless awareness that they really are is unaffected by all of that. So we can't let it affect us in our perception of them. Otherwise, we allow that awareness to be disturbed in ourselves. So irrespective of what irrespective of what the thing is, it's still our job, whatever they're doing, still our job to stay in pure formless awareness. And that is unconditional love. And so maybe we can put in there. So I unconditionally love, because that's what the essence of unconditional.
Yes, I like that. Yeah, that's good.
I unconditionally love everyone because I see the holiness, the pure formless awareness that underlies whatever they mind patterns they have, whatever dysfunction is going on in their mind, negative thoughts and emotions and behaviors. That's all just the covering over that deeper awareness, which is covering over my awareness too. So if I perceive it in them, then I'm also covering it over in myself. You see how it works. The ego is ingenious. You have to give it to it. It's like, my goodness, if you were going to create a false thought system, a false identity, and a system to support that, this is exactly what you do to try and make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah.
For those minds that were under this illusion, spell to awaken. You'd create a world like this, wouldn't you? This is exactly what seems to have happened. But now apparently it's outside of you. Apparently there's all these people outside of you who behave in these unconscious ways. And apparently this is not you, it's them.
Yeah.
And so now apparently your judgment that they are not pure formless awareness is justified because that's what they're demonstrating to you. So like seemingly obvious that that's the case. And it's invented this whole system to make it seemingly obvious so that we will never find that awareness and we will remain in our separate selves in time and space forever, coming back, trying to find the answer here and never finding it. From birth to death, living growing, aging, suffering, dying. And again, we do it. And we're looking outside of ourselves, as he says, for the answer, outside of ourself, capital self, and we'll never find it. It doesn't exist in the illusion. The illusion was made to deny that self and to deny the answer. So how can we find the answer in what was made to deny the answer? Only by reinterpreting what the ego is showing us. By letting it go and understanding there's just a covering over, a veil over our true awareness, can we do that? And when we understand that, then we have the key to unconditionally loving everyone. Because we recognize that whatever they're doing is just an illusion. It's false. It's not who they really are. It's the false self that's hijacked their mind and is now demonstrating, the ego to me, this false self and its thought system. And I always have the choice whether to believe it or not. I can choose it or not. Depending on what I want.
Yeah.
Wow. It's very simple, but it's so powerful.
Yeah, it is.
And this is, most people don't understand what unconditional love means. This is what it means. And it's the only way you will unconditionally love. You cannot unconditionally love someone if you don't know how to let go radically. There's no way you'll be able to unconditionally love it, because you will judge their behavior at face value. And then unconditional love is not possible. You will just judge it. So letting go, again, is the key to unconditional love, which then reveals pure formless awareness of perfect love to you, and that you are that awareness. And it's so simple, such a simple recipe and formula, but the letting go is the hardest thing you'll ever do, because it goes right against all of your conditioning, all of the world's programming, everything that's being shown to you. And you have to go in the face of that and say, no, that's all wrong. So no matter what, I must let it go. That's the only thing I have to do in order to learn this course and to discover who I really am. It's very, very simple, but it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. It is the hardest thing you'll ever do, is to completely let go and not judge from your human self. Because it undoes that entire human self that you thought you were when you do that. So it feels like we're losing something when we do that. And that's why we have such resistance to letting go, even though it offers us everything. Does that all make sense? Elaine, John?
Yep, that makes sense, John.
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, number 3.
In the alternative?
There's not terribly much to translate. Just holiness will become pure formless awareness.
Right. All separation vanishes as pure formless awareness is shared. For pure formless awareness is power, and by sharing it, it gains in strength. If you seek for satisfaction in gratifying your needs as you perceive them, you must believe that strength comes from another, and what you gain, he loses. Someone must always lose if you needs to lift up a bit.
Translate.
Oh, yeah, sorry, in the personal.
Gratifying my needs as I perceive them, I must believe that strength comes from another. What I gain, he or she loses.
Someone must always lose if I perceive myself as weak. Yet there is another interpretation of relationships that transcends the concept of loss of power completely. Okay, so through.
Just make that idea instead of concept. Okay, so what's he saying? What's he saying here in summary?
Well, someone must always lose if we perceive ourselves as weak. Separation vanishes in pure formless awareness is shared, because the pure formless awareness is power, and sharing it gains in strength. Yeah.
So someone is always losing if I perceive myself as weak. It's a key point. And he's talking about needs in relationships. If I seek for satisfaction, gratifying my needs as I perceive them, I must believe that strength comes from another. So the neediness of the special relationship. I need to have my needs met. This is a common thing in relationships.
Yeah.
And I must believe that strength comes from the other person. What I gain, he loses. So I get my needs met at the expense of the other. And so someone must always lose. Remember, the ego's program is always win-loss. It won its identity at the expense of perfect love. So its entire thought system is based on losing, sacrificing. In order for me to gain something, someone else must lose. That's the fundamental scarcity principle on which its entire thought system is based. So that comes out in relationship, you win and I lose. That's equally acceptable to the ego, because that will just mean you harbor a grievance because you've seemingly been hardly done by. But in all of that, there's no equality. Unconditional love goes out the window because you're then misperceiving the person as separate from you. You're misperceiving the seeming reality of loss, scarcity, and lack and deprivation, and then grievances arise because you've been unfairly treated. Or if you're the seeming victor, then you feel superior to the person. So that strengthens the sense of grandiosity and superiority, and all of that is to separate you from your source and from them as the extension of the source, and confirm that you are a separate self. And that's what the relationship then is being used to confirm. But he tells us that this is not the case, and there's another interpretation of relationships that transcends the idea of loss of power. Because all of this, the special relationship and all the games that we play within them, is a loss of power, with a capital P. It denies pure formless awareness of perfect love and its power, and weakens us, because now we're believing in the power of the ego, which is fundamentally inherently weak and will inevitably disappoint us. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on number 3?
No, that's clear.
Okay, John, number 4. You do not find it difficult to believe that when another calls on God for love, your call remains as strong. Do not find it difficult to believe that when another calls on pure formless awareness of perfect love for love, your call remains as strong. My call remains as strong. Nor do I think that when pure formless awareness of perfect love answers it, my hope of answer is diminished. On the contrary.
But you want to read it in the forgetting about the original. Does it add value to read in the original? Do you find it helps?
Sometimes it does, sometimes not.
Sometimes it doesn't.
I think this is kind of pretty straightforward, so it's okay to be alternative. But sometimes I do like to kind of do that.
Yeah, sometimes you need to refer back and just see, okay, what is it saying to get clarity.
Yeah. So number 2, nor do I think that when pure formless awareness of perfect love answers it, my hope of answer is diminished. On the contrary, I am more inclined to regard his success as witness to the possibility of mine. That's a very positive statement, very reassuring, actually.
Yeah.
On the contrary, I am inclined to regard his success as witness to the possibility of mine, which is kind of counter the ego's reaction, really.
Yeah, the ego is jealous. The ego is always, oh, well, you're so lucky, and I'm somehow not. I'm somehow hardly done by, because you've got fortune and favor that I don't have. But actually, the truth is, he's saying, really look at it. Surely someone else's success actually confirms that you can be successful too. Well, if they can do it, why can't I do it?
Yeah.
That applies in anything. That would apply with someone who succeeds in a worldly accomplishment. But he's talking here about enlightenment. He's talking about connecting with source and finding the way home. So you look at what's, say, happening in the community. Sally's having all kinds of mystic experiences, but there's no, the correct perception of that is not, oh, she's so special and superior. It should be like, no, actually, this is showing us all the way. That my own success is more likely because she's succeeding, and that's the correct perception of it. And so that's quite inspiring. So okay, well then,
it's a good thing to remember, is that, isn't
it? Yeah. So then it counts as any kind of jealousy or feeling like someone else is better than you or superior or whatever, because you're going, well, actually this is inspiring because this is telling me that I can do it, which is the correct perception of anyone who's doing something that you're not doing yet. Gives you the courage, the encouragement that you can do it because they can do it. Well, they're not so special and amazing and holy. They just maybe did the work. They're just a little bit further forward in their process. So encourages you to say, well, I can do it as well. And I mean, Yeshua is the ultimate guide, isn't it? You say, well, if he could do it and awaken completely and transcend the illusion of time, space, and attain, go back to the Father, the source, then so can I. He becomes the way shower for all of us. So we get encouraged by him, by these examples and these way shows, if we perceive them correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on, number 4.
That is because I recognize, however dimly, that pure formless awareness of perfect love is an idea, and so my faith in it is strengthened by sharing.
That's a very significant line. It's an idea. When I got that, I was like, oh my God, God is just an idea. Wow. Not some present, not some entity outside of me that's separate from me in any way. It's an idea in my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the idea that leads to the experience that is beyond all concepts. So pure formless awareness of perfect love, we have a words for it, it's an idea, it's a concept, but that concept leads you to the actual experience which the concept represents. Which is why the language is important. You know, God's an idea, but that language of God might not be that helpful in experiencing what it really is, which is what pure formless awareness of perfect love, that phrase attempts to capture. That's the experience of it. So, you know, why not use a pointer that points you to the experience rather than being just purely conceptual. God is quite a conceptual word, isn't it? G-O-D, three letters, very conceptual. It's like, okay, well, you could attach all kinds of things to that. It's not describing at all what it is it? Whereas a phrase like pure formless awareness of perfect love and points you to the experience that the words are actually describing. And then this other point, so my faith in it is strengthened by sharing. Because it's an idea, well, you know, the more I share ideas, the more I believe them, the more my faith in them is strengthened. This is why teaching and learning go hand in hand. The more I teach an idea, the more my faith in it is strengthened by sharing it. So why it encourages us to teach, not necessarily formally, but through our actions. We teach the ideas and then they strengthen in our own mind by sharing them. Okay, number 5.
What I find difficult to accept is the fact that, like my source, I am an idea. And like it, I can give myself completely, wholly without loss and only with gain. Herein lies peace. Herein lies peace, for here there is no conflict.
Give myself completely, only without loss and only with gain. Because an idea cannot be lost. This is the key point. You can never lose an idea, can you?
No.
If it's true.
Yes, you can forget it.
No. You might forget it, but it's still there. The idea of God is still there, but in many people's minds is forgotten. But it can be remembered. So you now remember, put the idea back into your mind, and then it's there again, as though it never left, and it's restored to its original state, and it has all the power it originally had, because it was always there. The potential for the idea has never been lost, but in your own mind it's obscured because you don't know about the idea, you don't even think about the idea. So now he's saying, well, bring it back into your awareness, and then the idea has the power to completely transform that awareness. And it's always had that. It's always been the potential. It's always had the potential to do that, but you've been unaware of it for so long. And now it just feels like a bit unfamiliar. And there's a process to accepting this idea back as the governing idea of your life. Right? That's what he's trying to get us to do. A single idea that will govern your entire life. Right? That I am one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the single idea. However you want to phrase that. States it in different terms in in the Course in many different ways. I'm one with God. I'm created by God. I'm like my Creator. Love created me like itself. It's all the same idea, isn't it? So he's asking us to accept that one idea back into our minds fully, because that idea will change our entire mind and our life radically. And that can only bring gain, because that idea can never be lost. It can only gain by being shared. There is no loss of an idea. The more you share the idea, the more it gains in strength and power. And that's what he's asking us to do, share the idea of oneness with everyone, who by not just by what we speak, but by our actions, by the loving kindness, the actions that we take. And herein lies peace, for here there is no conflict. One idea that without conflict, that can be wholly given and wholly received. There is no conflict in it. If you stay true to the idea, there's no conflict within the idea that I am one with my source. Because then everyone is one with that same source. And if we're all one, how can we conflict? It's the one idea that ends conflict. That gets strengthened by sharing. Okay, so you want to summarize that in your own words, John? Make any comments on it?
Yes, he's saying that that we tend to believe that if someone else gains something, we are losing. Or we tend to think that if someone gains love or connects with love, we have lost. And instead of seeing that if someone does go forward towards enlightenment, it's a clear indicator that we can also do the same.
Yeah.
So,
and then the second part
and
is,
yeah, and then the second part is that pure formless awareness is an idea, and therefore it can never be destroyed, and it can only ever be strengthened by sharing.
There is no loss and only gain. Unlike the ego, which is always about losing, someone winning, someone losing, sharing that idea, no one loses. We all gain by that idea. So there's no conflict there. If it's accepted, but if the idea is rejected, the conflict comes and the ego says, no, I reject the idea. No, I'm not pure formless awareness of perfect love. I'm a little self. And there's a conflict between the idea and another idea. And that's really all that's going on in our minds. It's a conflict between two ideas. Totally contradict each other. It's as simple as that. I'm one, I'm pure formless awareness of perfect love. I'm just that awareness, one idea. Or no, I'm actually a separate self, and I'm not that pure formless awareness. I've got my own identity and my own ideas and my own life and separation. So, and those ideas don't reconcile in any way, because they're completely opposite. You can't be both. It's one or the other. And this is all Yeshua's teaching us. Well, yeah, just choose. You must choose the idea that you want to govern your life, and you can't choose both because they contradict each other. The only way you can choose both is if you dissociate and you're not honest. You don't see that contradiction clearly. You go, well, I can have both. No, you can't. because in any instance, they're going to tell you different things about yourself, about the way to relate to the others, about what to think and say and do. They're going to give you completely different guidance. So how can you live your life with both as guides when they totally contradict each other all the time? Clearly, that's impossible. So in our split mind state, sometimes we listen to the one and sometimes we listen to the other, and we vacillate between them. You're saying, well, you need to end that. Let's just choose one. You can't really choose the ego and deny the spirit, because it will always be there as a potential, no matter how much you try and cover it over. It can never be obliterated. Well, but the only thing that can be let go of is the false idea that you're separate. That's the idea that is not true, that you can undo because it's not true. So that's what you should then dedicate your mind and your life to, undoing that false idea, which then allows you to accept the true idea, the one true idea, because there's no contradiction in it. So as you let go of the false and the opposite of truth, then the truth is naturally accepted. And that's the whole methodology. That's what we're doing. It's mind training. Okay, happy with that paragraph, number 4?
Yeah.
So number 5, Elaine, you can read that. And read it in the original, and the alternative is a bit to translate here.
In the world of scarcity, love has no meaning and peace is impossible. Is it the same?
Yeah, in the world of scarcity,
Has no meaning.
and peace is impossible.
Yeah. For gain and loss are both accepted, and so no one is aware that perfect love is in him. For gain and loss are both accepted, and so no one is aware that perfect love is in them.
Interesting. So he's calling it perfect love, and that's our translation, isn't it? Perfect love. So exactly what God is.
Yeah. Shall I, in the
holy instant.
alternative, the holy instant, you recognize the idea of love in you and unite the idea with the mind that thought it and could not relinquish it.
So
In the holy instant, the holy aware moment. You recognize the idea of love in me and unite this idea with the awareness that thought it and could not relinquish it.
Yeah.
By holding it within itself, there is no loss. The wholly aware moment thus becomes a lesson in how to hold all of your companions all my companions in my mind. So hold all of my companions in my mind.
Say in my
awareness,
my awareness.
experiencing not loss but completion.
Experiencing, say, completion rather than loss.
From this awareness, it follows, I can only give. And this is love. For this alone is natural under the laws of perfect love. In the wholly aware moment, the laws of perfect love prevail, and only they have meaning.
So that's the laws of God. Can read this bit of translation here.
In the holy instant, the laws of God prevail, and only they have meaning.
Yeah.
The laws of this world cease to hold any meaning at all. When the Son of God, when the Son of God accepts the laws of God as what he gladly wills, it is impossible that he be bound or limited in any way.
Okay, so the laws of this world cease to hold any at all. An extension of perfect love. Accept the laws of perfect love as what it gladly wills.
It is impossible that it be bound or limited in any way.
In that instant,
he is as free as God would have him be. In that instant, it is as free as pure formless awareness to perfect love would have it be. For the instant, it refuses to be bound. It is not bound.
the moment is as free as pure formless awareness. Perfect love would have it be. How about intends? Intends it. Extension accepts the laws of perfect love as what? Maybe we can personalize this. So when I, as the extension of perfect love, accept the laws of perfect love as what I gladly will. I gladly wills. I'm not sure we can, as what I gladly want, maybe. Gladly want is impossible. That I am bound or limited in any way. In that moment, I am as free as pure formless awareness of perfect love intends me to be. One moment. I refuse to be bound. I am not bound. Very appropriate for you. The moment I refuse to be bound, I'm not bound.
Mm,
The decision,
Yeah.
isn't it?
just that one sentence. That's very, very clear. Yeah. Very
The
true.
bondage is on my mind alone.
It
So
is.
I can always choose. I always have the power of choice. Even in, situations where it seems like I don't. So take a Viktor Frankl's example in the concentration camps. So he's a prisoner, can't do anything about that. They're going to keep him in the concentration camp, but he can choose how he responds to it. So he doesn't have to allow that, Nazi thought system to get him down. He can stay in his true awareness, even in those extremely challenging circumstances, and not be bound mentally and emotionally. That's the key. No one can force you to think or feel anything, because it's your choice as to what you want to think and feel. And that's the freedom.
The thing is with that is when you're in that calm state, it seems to wind the other person up even more.
Yeah.
So it's,
Because the ego doesn't like it.
yeah. And so that's
what
not the idea of the game, but
That's when
that
you remain.
seems- yeah.
The more upset and angry they get, the calmer you become. Okay, I'm stay in this awareness.
But then they're left frustrated and angry. So, yeah. But eventually you hope that your calmness will reflect.
You ask for guidance, you will be given the way. Maybe that means you don't, as you say, you don't live with the person. That's possible.
Yeah. That's the ideal.
Or they change. There's a transformation. There's many ways. But while you're facing it, you can only go, well, this is what I can do now. This is what's presenting now. So this is the only way to be, to deal with it.
Yeah, that's it. It's really now rather than thinking ahead.
No. If you do that consistently, then you're learning the lessons, and what needs to happen on the level of form will happen.
Yeah.
It will unfold, and you will be guided. And there's no situation on the level of form lasts forever. So if you are guided to find a happier, more salubrious situation for yourself, then that's what will happen. And maybe it's the first step that you've been guided to take.
Yeah.
But it's the moment you refuse to be bound. If you go, well, there's nothing I can do, I'm bound, then you are bound. But you refuse to be bound by the ego, then you're free. You're not bound, because it's your own choice to listen to it or not.
Yeah.
No matter what's happening on the level of form. Even in an extreme case like Viktor Frankl, he still had the choice to remain mentally and emotionally free and clear, even in the bondage of the physical bondage and the cruel circumstances of the concentration camp in which he found himself. So we always have that choice. In most people's cases, not as an extreme example. You have a problematic relationship. That's quite common. Okay, so but you're not bound by that. You're not bound by the ego in any way, shape, or form. You have the choice to listen to guidance, and you must listen to guidance. Irrespective of what the other person says or does or wants, you must make the correct choice. The only choice is to follow the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of, mental discipline, courage to stay there, because there's these other forces and other people saying, no, don't do that, do this.
It's quite true, yes, very true.
Okay, so what is correct, what is right, stay true to that. Because if you lose your core and you lose that centeredness, then you go into the dark side, as you saw. If you've watched a Star Wars movie, that's what happened with Anakin Skywalker. He lost his core focus on the Jedi principles, and he went, and that took him into the dark side, into doing, and then into doing things that were unthinkable, because he started moving away from that center, thinking that was, going to get him what he wanted. But in fact, it brought about exactly what he feared, just losing his wife. And that's exactly what his own wavering from his core principle brought on and caused to happen. So, what's he saying? Quite a long paragraph, yeah? Just you read it from the top. So there's quite a lot to translate there. Just make sure you got the translation correct.
In the world of scarcity, love has no meaning and peace is impossible, for gain and loss are both accepted, and so no one is aware that perfect love is in them. In the wholly aware a moment, I recognize the idea of love in me and unite the idea with the awareness that thought it and could not relinquish it. By holding it within itself, there is no loss. Therefore, the wholly aware moment becomes a lesson in how to hold all my companions in my awareness, experiencing completion rather than loss. From this awareness, it follows that I can only give. And this is love, for this alone is natural under the laws of perfect love. In the wholly aware moment, the laws of perfect love prevail and only they have meaning. The laws of this world cease to hold any meaning at all. When I, as the extension of perfect love, accept the laws of perfect love as what I gladly want, it is impossible that I be bound or limited in any way. In that moment, I am free as pure formless awareness of perfect love intends me to be. For the moment I refuse to be bound, I am not bound.
Bound, should we translate that as limited? Refuse to be limited. I'm not limited.
Either or, both are good.
Which do you prefer? Bound or limited?
I think I like bound.
Yeah,
Seems to have slightly bit more punch to it.
Yeah. And I refuse to be bound, I'm not bound.
Yeah.
Statement of freedom. Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
Well, this world of scarcity, which is we're full of it. Love has no meaning and peace is impossible. And if we just stay in that wholly aware moment and recognize the idea of love in me, then it unites our awareness and just keep holding it within us. And, the wholly aware moment becomes a lesson on how to hold my companions in true awareness, experiencing completion rather than loss. So from this awareness, we can only give. And this is love.
Yeah.
And the bottom line there, for the moment I refuse to be bound, I'm not bound. That's the one that is highlighted. Yeah. So it's that moment. Yeah.
So what a perfect section for you today, isn't
it? It is, yeah. It's really having that discipline to just really say no. Because the scarcity mind is often guilt. Oh, maybe I should be not about this, or should be this and the other.
Yeah.
No, this is quite right. That number 12.
The moment I refuse to be bound.
Because it
I'm
really
not-
is, yeah. The guilt comes creeping in, and maybe I should be doing better, or this is it's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, I'm facing the same thing. So it's like, okay, but if you follow the guidance and you're listening to the Holy Spirit, then you're doing the best you can. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
Irrespective of what's happening on the level of form, what other people think.
yeah,
Because what most people think is egoic. It's based on the ego.
and it's just crafty. Yeah.
It hasn't been around for 14 billion years without being extremely cunning.
Yeah.
Really sticky. It's a very persistent idea,
Mm.
a false idea that's been planted in our mind, and we've believed it. And now we've got to get rid of this idea that we've believed for so long, and that has become the governing idea of our entire thought system and life. So that's quite an exercise, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Like, get rid of an idea that has become what you thought was you, and the foundation of your world and your life and everything here is based on this one idea that's false. And now along comes Yeshua and says, no, okay, we've got to get rid of that idea, because it's not the true idea. Only perfect love is the true idea. It's only one idea that's true.
Yeah.
And so it's a refusal to be bound by that false idea of separation in any way, shape, or form. That's the call of Yeshua and the Holy Spirit to us. Saying, refuse to be bound by any of it, no matter what form it takes, because it's all just designed to keep you in bondage in this world.
Yeah.
And your true purpose here is to free yourself from that bondage and to help others to find that same freedom. That's the only reason why you're not here to be a good wife or partner or lover or father or son or daughter or employee or business owner or whatever. You're not here to, none of that really means anything. What you're here to do is to find the freedom that you yearn for. Freedom
the truth of who we really are. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. That's the only reason
all
why.
these rules. Yeah.
Beyond the roles, beyond the world, lies the truth of who you are, and that's why you're here. It's the only true reason why you're here. And all the other things are there just to obscure that and tell you, no, you're here for this or you're here for that. And it all conflicts. And you're like, well, none of that, I can't make sense of that because I've got conflicts. Then, but you can make sense of the one idea, the one simple idea that I am pure formless awareness of perfect love, and my entire life here is should be dedicated to awakening to that realization, to know, not just intellectually, not just as some, oh well, that's a nice idea, to know experientially that is the truth. That is what I am.
Yeah.
And then live accordingly. And that's all we had to do. So if you're living according to that one single call of the Holy Spirit, then that is the correct mindset and life. And the world will tell you that it's wrong, because it has to tell you that it's wrong. See? So you don't expect the ego to say that's cool and you're doing the right thing. It's not going to say that.
No. Yeah.
Because it's against your awakening. That's something in the deepest part of your mind knows that it's correct. So then you follow that.
Totally. The only sane way.
And that's all you can do. You can follow the deepest calling of your heart and trust that guidance will be the correct guidance.
Yeah.
And everything else doesn't matter. Okay, so any other thoughts on paragraph 5?
No, that was very apt. Yeah. I'll stick with number 12. That's my mantra throughout the night.
The moment I refuse to be bound, yeah. Shall
I know for a fact the mind will be going 20 to the dozen. So that's the mantra for tonight.
the moment I refuse to be bound, I'll send it to you. Shall I?
Yeah. That's a perfect mantra.
Yeah. Let's send it to you. Where's Elaine? The moment I refuse to be bound, I am not bound. There we go. You got it in your chat.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Hmm. All right. So moving on to number 6. John, if you want to read that, I'm just going to get some lights going here because it's getting rather gloomy. In the original, there's so much to do.
Yeah.
Not late, so you can read it in the
Alternative.
the first few.
In the holy instant, nothing happens that has not always been. Only the veil that has been drawn across reality is lifted. Nothing has changed. Yet the awareness of changelessness comes swiftly as the veil of time is pushed aside. No one who has not yet experienced the lifting of the veil and felt himself, herself.
See what's original. Felt himself drawn irresistibly. Okay, so felt themselves.
Yeah.
Themselves.
Himself drawn irresistibly into the true awareness behind it, can have faith in love without fear.
Is it the light? Light, yeah. So let's call it pure formless awareness. Have faith in love without fear.
Yet the remembrance of oneness gives me this faith. Yet the remembrance of perfect love gives me this faith. Because it offered it to me and I accepted it. Do not fear the holy instant will be denied me, for I did not deny it. And through me, scroll down a bit, Jono, when you're ready. I hope it works out for you, Elaine.
Oh, thank you, John. Yeah. It's just life, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Now you just need a bit of clarity, don't you? You know, and get that space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Is Jono gone?
I think he froze and then he's lost connection, I think.
Oh, right. So he'll be back shortly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think Jono's left a voice message.
Oh, has he? He's obviously lost his connection. Well, maybe while I'm waiting, I might just pop the dogs out, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll just leave it on though. I'll just be 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Hi there.
Okay, Jono. Yeah. Elaine's just gone to put the dog out.
Yeah, sorry about that. My computer just froze
Yeah.
for some reason. And then I rebooted it and it just froze again. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't have too many apps running. Anyway, let's hope we can okay, so let's just get back where we were. It's not opening itself again. Okay, we're back on the instant rules of God. So we're number 6, yeah? Share my screen. All right, so where were we?
Yeah, okay, I think we got a fair way through it, actually.
Oh, we're halfway through. So I remember changing that, but it doesn't save my change.
Okay. Yeah, the
Um,
remembrance of perfect love gives me the faith because it offered it to me and I accepted it.
I was checking this. Offered it to me. Because he offered it to me. So he's talking about himself here. Because it offered it to Yeshua.
Oh, yes.
And he accepted it.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Gives me this face. Maybe he accepted it for me. I want to put that, maybe
Yeah.
not.
I do not fear the holy instant will be denied me, for I did not deny it. And through me, remembrance of oneness gives this faith to me, as I will give it to others.
I'm just gonna stop the recording again. So stop that. Yeah. Through me, remembrance of perfect love. Through him. So Yeshua. Not any moments. By me for. He says, I did not deny it, for I denied it not. So for he did not deny it. Through him, the remembrance of perfect love gives this faith to me, or gives me this faith. As I will give it to others.
Yeah.
So as he gives to me, I give it to others. He's the way shower, but I become the way shower for others.
Yeah. Let
So it's
no
like
need.
one spark, he's the awakened one. One awakened one awakens others, and it's like one candle lights all the others. And then we give our flame to the other, it lights them, and we don't lose. The candle doesn't lose its flame by lighting other candles, does it? It just
No.
In fact, the light is strengthened and it grows.
Yeah. Let no need I perceive obscure my need of this. For in the holy instant, I will recognize the only need the extensions of perfect love share equally. For in the holy aware moment, I will recognize the only need the extensions of perfect love share equally. And by this recognition, I will join Yeshua in offering what is needed.
Okay, so you want to read that from the top?
In the holy instant, in the holy instant,
Okay, that needs to be translated.
in the holy instant,
The holy moment.
in the holy aware moment, nothing happens that has not already been. Only the veil that has been drawn across is lifted.
Reality.
Across reality is lifted. Nothing has changed. Yet the awareness of changelessness comes swiftly as the veil of time is pushed aside. No one who has not yet experienced the lifting of the veil and felt themselves drawn irresistibly into the pure formless awareness behind it can have faith in love without fear. Yet the remembrance of perfect love gives me this faith, because it offered it to Yeshua and he accepted it. I do not fear the wholly aware moment will be denied me, for he did not deny it. And through him, the remembrance of perfect love gives me this faith, as I will give it to others. Let no need I perceive obscure my need of this. For in the wholly aware moment, I will recognize the only need the extensions of perfect love share equally, and by this recognition, I will join with Jeshua in offering what is needed.
Okay, so what's he saying, and what's he saying in summary?
He's saying,
And these are all my recordings. Where were we? Themself. Yeah, one there. There we go. That's the right one. Okay, it's one again. So what's he saying in paragraph 6?
So he's saying that when we reach enlightenment or have perfect connection with spirit, there is nothing appears that wasn't already there. It's just that we had put a veil in front of it. Nothing has actually changed fundamentally, but we have taken back the veil and allowed truth to shine through. And only those who have been able to pull back this veil really know love. Because if we still have the veil, we still have guilt.
Well, Yeshua is the example.
Yeah.
Whereas the way shower, because he accepted it, means that we can accept it. And we can share it as he shared it with the world and us. We can share it with others.
Yeah.
And offer what is truly needed. It's the one true need. It's the only thing that everyone really needs in this world. Is this awareness. And paradoxically, it's the one thing that everyone denies the most.
Yeah.
They deny what they truly need.
Yeah.
That's the upside down world of the ego for you.
Yeah.
But it's the one universal need that every human being has.
Yeah.
And yet it's the one need that the world has denied and said, no, you don't need that. You need everything else. You need, whatever. You need money. You need a a special relationship, you need whatever the ego is telling you need to be happy, and it's not going to tell you what you really need.
No.
But what else would you expect in a world that is made out of the denial of love, but what is totally backwards and upside down and doesn't actually make any sense? Okay, happy with number 6. 2 more to go.
Yeah.
7 and 8. Let's see if Elaine's around. Elaine, you're on. Can you read number 7 for us? Maybe she's still out. She said she was taking the dogs.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you want to crack on and read?
Yeah.
Read 7.
Yeah. It is through us that peace will come. It is through us or myself that peace will come. Us, I suppose. Join Jeshua in the idea of peace, for in ideas, minds can communicate.
You're on Yeshua and the idea of peace. So he was called the Prince of Peace. That was his prophesied name, yeah. In Isaiah, he's called the Prince of Peace.
Right.
Yeah. He came as the way shower, as the person who would live that idea more fully than anyone had up to that point in history. To show us that idea of peace coming from God, source, could be, lived in the world as and be the guiding principle for one's life. And he demonstrated it. I join Yeshua in the idea of peace, where in ideas, minds can communicate.
Yeah. If I give myself as
I'm going to change that.
as my source gives itself, I will learn to understand self.
I give myself as my source gives itself. Capital S. I give myself as my source gives its self. I will learn to understand selfhood.
So what does selfhood mean?
Being rooted in the self, the capital self.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Knowing what I am, knowing who I am is selfhood, and living according to that self would be learn to understand selfhood. But he doesn't use that word very often, does he?
No.
Selfhood.
And therein is love's meaning understood. But remember that understanding is of the mind and only of the mind. Knowledge is therefore true awareness, and its conditions are in true awareness with it.
Therefore, knowledge is therefore of the mind. Okay, so the original is therefore of the mind. Remember that understanding only of understanding, that understanding only comes from awareness. Understanding only comes from awareness. Okay, so it's simple. Knowledge, therefore,
Knowledge is therefore true awareness.
therefore,
Knowledge is therefore pure awareness, and its conditions are in true awareness with it.
yeah. So knowledge is the state of pure formless awareness. Knowledge is therefore pure formless awareness of perfect love. Its conditions are in pure formless awareness of perfect love with it. So knowledge is synonymous with knowledge is synonymous with pure formless awareness. It's the same thing. Beyond perception. And
Right.
when in this awareness, then we have perfect knowledge. Anything else, if it's perceptual, it's not knowledge. And knowledge is not of this world and perceptual in his conception of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's illusory. It's information. We call it the knowledge age, and people say knowledge workers, but actually, it's just illusory ideas that are masquerading as knowledge. The true knowledge is a knowledge, experiential knowledge of this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, as your own felt experience. And that's the condition to be in that awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, is the condition of that knowledge. So only the mystics in truth have knowledge. No one else has knowledge. Only when you have access to this realm, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, do you know what knowledge is. Okay? If I were not an idea,
If I were not an idea and nothing but an idea, I could not be in full communication with all that ever was.
make it all it ever is.
All that ever is, yeah.
Because
Yes.
it's not past tense, it's
Yet as long as I prefer to be something else, or would attempt to be nothing else, and something else together, I will not remember the true language of communication, which I know perfectly.
as long as I prefer to be another awareness, another self, another awareness, I would attempt or prefer to be something else, or attempt to be nothing else and something else together. So there's the split mind. I can't be nothing else. I'm nothing else but pure formless awareness, and I'm something else as well. And I have a split in my mind. I think I'm two things, contradict each other. And then I won't remember the true language of communication. So true communication is knowledge, is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Perfect communication is when I know that I am one with pure formless awareness of the perfect love. I am that awareness. That's perfect communication. Okay, so what's he saying here in summary?
He is saying he is saying that well, he's encouraging us to join with awareness and connect with knowledge in order to achieve peace. We can't be in peace unless we are
Oh,
yeah.
unless we unite with this idea.
Good, thank you.
I am the idea.
Yes.
Right, of this awareness is just an idea. The idea is the awareness is the idea. And we have an idea, pure formless awareness of perfect love that points to the state. So this is what he's asking us to do. He's saying, okay, well, I know you don't have that awareness right now, but accept the idea of it. And that idea will ultimately lead you back to the full experience of the idea, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is knowledge. But I must be unequivocal in wanting that idea and that idea alone, and that experience and that awareness alone. So I can't have two ideas that contradict governing my life. I must choose which idea is going to be the governing principle of my life and my awareness. My awareness and my life, because awareness comes first. It's very, very simple, but it's such a profound choice to make this choice that he goes on and on. Every lesson, every section of the text is designed to get us to make the same choice. And he phrases it in different language just to try and help us to see it differently. So this now is saying it's an idea, state of awareness, but it's an idea which will take you into that state wholly, fully, and completely, if you allow it to. Then we will have knowledge, we will experience peace, we'll be as Yeshua was, we'll be the enlightened ones of the world, and show everyone the way to that same state of mind. Okay, I'm happy to move on to number 8. Let's ask Elaine if she's back. Elaine, can you read for us? Are you around?
Yeah. Is it okay if I just listen in there? I'm just sort of sorting some bits and pieces out there. Is it okay to listen in there?
Yeah, okay, we'll finish. John, if you
Thank
can
you.
do the number 8.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
In the holy instant, God is remembered, and the language of communication with all your brothers is remembered with in the holy instant, in the wholly aware moment. Oh, in the wholly aware moment, pure formless awareness of perfect love is remembered, and the language of communication with all my companions is remembered with it. Don't think we need.
Let's make it active. In the holy aware moment, I remember. Pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yes, that's good.
Language of communication with all my companions, and this true language of communication with all my companions is remembered with it. It's remembered with him. It's remembered with it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Okay, it's remembered with it. For communication is remembered together as is truth. There is no exclusion in the wholly aware moment because the past is gone. And with it goes the whole basis for exclusion. Without its source, exclusion vanishes.
Okay. And its source is the idea of separation.
Yes.
Right? So there can be no exclusion if the idea of separation is not there.
And this permits my source and that of all my companions to replace it in my awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and the power of pure formless awareness of perfect love will take their rightful place in me.
Oh, perfect love.
Awareness of perfect love and the perfect love will take their rightful place in me. And I will experience the full communication of ideas. That's a bit of a funny one. The full communication of ideas with ideas.
Do you know what does he mean by that?
Can we see the original again? And will experience the full communication of ideas. Oh yeah, he uses ideas with ideas. The full communication.
What are those ideas that he's referring to?
You will experience the full communication of ideas.
Any idea what the ideas are?
Oh, we had the idea that God was an idea.
Yeah, but we are all ideas in the mind of God. That's the idea.
Okay.
Ideas with ideas is me as an idea in the mind of God, the mind of pure formless awareness of perfect love, with another idea that's the same.
Right. Okay, got it. Okay.
So I am now communicating with other ideas. They're not really people.
Now,
An interesting way of looking at it. I'm not really communicating with people. I'm communicating with ideas. And they're clothed in people garment. They have, seemingly physical bodies. But actually, I'm only ever communicating with ideas. And there's only two ideas, really. There's the one idea is true, pure formless awareness of perfect love, that everyone is that. And the other idea is that there's some kind of separate identity, separate self going on. And of course, those two ideas clash, they contradict each other. So all conflict is the conflict of two opposite ideas. If I'm communicating with someone and experiencing conflict, it's because our ideas don't match. My idea and their idea are not in alignment.
Ah, yeah.
Because if my idea, my governing principle, the governing idea of my life is oneness, and their governing principle is separation, then those two ideas are at odds. And then that plays out on the level of form as a conflict. And it doesn't seem like it's a conflict of ideas, but it is.
Yeah.
Governing principles behind everything. I remember once doing a business meeting with a chap, and it took about 45 minutes. But eventually we got into non-dual theory. 45 minutes into it, because he studied Advaita, and so he explained to me that he thought that you could have it both ways. You could accept the illusion and the truth. And I'm like, but you can't do that because they contradict each other. And he said, why not? And I said, but because you're not being honest. The two contradict each other. And so it became very apparent that we could never work together because we had fundamentally different ideas about reality.
Yeah.
So my idea was oneness. It was about alternative currency. It was one currency, right? So the idea behind that, my business idea, was, okay, we need one currency, right? There's a power in the unity of one currency, and having different, fragmented currencies is not the ultimate answer. And he was saying, no, I think it is. I think we need to have multiple different currencies, and give people choice. And it's like, well, how are we ever going to agree then? On a business strategy, you're never gonna agree, are you? Because oneness and separation never agree.
No.
So on the basis of that conversation, it was like, okay, thanks, but nice chatting to you, but there's no way we can work together. So it's very helpful if you understand which idea you stand for, and can discern what idea other people stand for, and then you can make a clear decision. Okay, well, I can relate to this person, I can truly communicate, or not. If they want to believe in the idea of separation, your communication with them will never be whole and complete, because you're always going to conflict. You can bless them anyway, and you can let it go, and you can see them as they really are, but on a practical level, you might find it difficult to relate to them. Impossible in some ways. You can't. How can you relate if you have completely opposite ideas about reality, about what's true and what's real, and like, okay, you're just going to have conflict.
Yeah.
So it makes choice much simpler when you understand this course, and the simple distinction between truth and illusion, between oneness and separation. These are opposite ideas that will never reconcile. So make your choice and stick by it. Okay, so that's like communication of ideas with ideas. I'm communicating with other ideas in the mind of God, or pure forms of awareness of perfect love.
Okay, that's good. Through my ability to do this, I will learn what I must be. But I will begin to understand what my source is and what its being is, along with it.
Yeah, you want to read that from the top? Just make sure we got the translations correct.
In the wholly aware moment, I remember pure formless awareness of perfect love, and this true language of communication with all my companions is remembered with it. Or communication is remembered together as is truth.
And I remember, I think let's make us active. This true language of communication with all my companions. And I also remember this true language of communication with all my companions. With it. So make it active rather than passive tense.
Yes. For communication is remembered together as is truth.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is no exclusion in the wholly aware moment because the past is gone. And with it goes the whole basis for exclusion. Without its source, exclusion vanishes.
So we add in being its source.
Without
Just
its,
add a lot of it, which is the idea of separation. Is that
Yeah.
a valuable add-in?
I think so.
Hmm.
I think it is actually, yeah. Without
So
it,
source, small s, which is the idea of separation, then exclusion vanishes.
and this permits my source and that of all my companions to replace it in my awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and the power of perfect love will take their rightful place in me. And I will experience the full communication of ideas with ideas. Through my ability to do this, I will learn what I must be. Or I will begin to understand what my source is and what its being is along with it.
The change ability to willingness.
Yes, good.
I think that's better. And learn what I must be. Understand what my source is. And what its being is along with him, what is creation. So what is creation, understand what your creator is and what his creation is along with him. Understand what my source is and what his creation is. So creation is being in that sense. What my source is and what, or should it be extension? Creator is and what his creation is along with him. I think extension, what its extension.
You to understand what my source is and what its extension is along with it. Yes, yes.
With it. I think extension works better than being there.
It does, yeah.
And he's referring there to the extension of it. Okay, so what's he saying in that one?
It's saying that when we experience the wholly aware moment, we make that we also, well, when we are in the wholly aware moment, we know our companions, we understand, we have connection, and we are in real communication with our companions and with spirit.
Yeah, and the no exclusion is possible. So key point there is the idea of separation. Without the idea of separation, exclusion vanishes. So I can't exclude anyone if there's no separation. So as soon as there's exclusion in your mind, there's separation. Which denies oneness. I communicate with ideas. So I'm an idea in the mind or the awareness of God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and so is everyone else. So I communication of ideas with ideas. When I'm willing to communicate fully, then I will learn what I must be. because I will begin to understand what my source is and what its extension is along with it through that communication. So as I communicate, I come to know experientially that, well, what I'm communicating with is the same as me. Communication is in fact only possible because of unity. If there was no unity, communication would be impossible entirely, wouldn't it? If we were completely separate from each other, then there could be no communication. So the fact that there is any ability to communicate at all means that oneness must be there. The idea of oneness is at the heart of communication. So if you fully go into that, you let go of the idea of separation entirely, then it would be perfect communication, which is this state of pure form. So when it's a state, you are in that state and everyone else is. So then there's no separate selves communicating. We just communicate perfectly in the oneness of that awareness. But it starts in this world as communicating with our companions that are seemingly still in separate form, and seeing beyond that separation to the truth that they are just ideas in the mind of God, in this pure formless awareness, as I am. Okay. So any other comments or questions, thoughts on this section, so we can go in and do a little summary quickly and meditate on it if you'd like to. Would you like to do a meditation on it or not?
Yeah. Well,
You would.
yeah.
Okay. So let's just do the ChatGPT magic, miracles.
I thought you had a personalized summary already, John.
Yeah, that's the summary I did.
Ah,
It's not comprehensive. So we can keep that. What I'm doing then is I've got that. It's like, okay, well, here's the kind of key message, and then the summary is slightly longer. So you've got it broken down then into a number of, you can do the whole thing, you can do the key message, you can do the summary and say 200 words. And you've got many options.
yeah.
I think in that, I mean, that's how you study, isn't it? When you're studying anything, you study by summarizing, you understand it, and so this is just like study, isn't it? Studying, doing it in a way that would be so let's just do this and then find instruction, write a summary. Okay, so there we go. So let it do its thing. Does that look like 250 words, maybe? Okay, and then we'll whack this into here. Yeah, so using one relationship to the detriment of another. You're going to read that. Let's see how that goes. Translate it as we go, or fix it as we go.
Using one relationship to the detriment of another inevitably leads to guilt and the absence of peace. Condemning a part of a relationship also hinders finding peace within it. Under the teachings of the remembrance of perfect love, all relationships are seen as complete commitments that do not conflict with each other. To have perfect faith in these relationships, I must first have perfect faith in myself, which is hindered by lingering guilt.
Just going to change that. I'll perceive all relationships as complete commitments that do not conflict with each other. Have perfect faith in these relationships. I must first have perfect faith in self, which is hindered by lingering guilt. Bring the paragraph in there. Okay.
I often lack faith in myself because I refuse to accept that perfect love resides within me. Instead,
You've muted yourself, John.
okay, sorry. I seek outside myself for what can only be found within. Yeshua offers me his unwavering faith in me to replace my doubts. And I must remember that this faith extends to all my companions. In the holy aware moment, we share our faith in perfect love's extension, recognizing everyone's inherent worth and pure formless awareness In this state, I unconditionally love all. Sharing pure formless awareness strengthens it and dispels the notion of loss of power. Love holds no meaning in a world of scarcity where gain and loss are accepted. But in the holy aware moment, I unite the idea of love within me and recognize that it cannot be diminished or lost. Holding this awareness of love, I see my companions in their true light and experience completion rather than loss. The laws of perfect love prevail in the wholly aware moment, while the laws of this world lose their significance. When I willingly accept the laws of perfect love, I am set free. The wholly aware moment is a moment of unveiling, where the awareness of changelessness arises as the veil of time is lifted. Faith in love without fear comes from experiencing the wholly aware moment, which Yeshua embraced and offers to me In this state, I recognize the true need that the extensions of perfect love share, and I join Yeshua in offering what is truly needed. Peace will come through us as we communicate in ideas and give ourselves as our source does. Understanding comes from awareness, and in the wholly aware moment, I remember pure formless awareness of perfect love and the language of true communication with my companions. Exclusion and separation vanish as the past and its basis dissolve. In this space, pure formless awareness of perfect love takes its rightful place, and I learn what I truly am, understanding the nature of my source and its extension.
Oh, do you think that's too long as a summary? Or,
I think it's good, actually. I like it.
should keep it as a...
I mean, you could reduce it, but I think I quite like it, actually. Yeah, I do.
It's pretty good. I think it's learning. So the more I give it this stuff,
Yeah,
I mean, that's a pretty damn good summary.
it
Wouldn't you
is.
say,
It
of
is.
the whole thing?
Yeah,
That it's spat out in about 5 seconds.
yeah.
It's pretty impressive. I mean, yes, we've given it the input
Yeah,
with the translated language and everything. So it's garbage in, garbage out. It wouldn't do this if we weren't giving it quality input.
no.
But yet, I mean, to write a summary like this, I mean, that
Yeah.
would take an hour or two to write something like this.
It would. Yeah.
And it's just, there we go.
Yeah.
And then, what I've done is just the key message. So then you've got, okay, so key message, if you want to read that.
The key message of this section is that perceiving my companions in perfect love and as perfect love and extending it to them will bring me perfect peace and love. Whereas if I see myself as weak, someone must lose in every relationship I have. I and my companions are the idea of perfect love or oneness, and the same idea communicates perfectly with itself. So I am in perfect communication with all my companions. Through my ability to communicate perfectly with them, I will learn what I must be, because I will understand what my source, perfect beingness, really is. Yes, perfect.
My source, which is perfect being. Really is.
Yeah.
You've got a key message, and then you've got a more extensive summary. Did he get to the AI? Did it talk about ideas here? Ideas, sharing with ideas? Not really.
No, it didn't.
No, it just took that out, didn't it?
It did.
Don't know why. Maybe it didn't understand that. What is truly needed? We communicate in ideas. We communicate in ideas and give our, okay. So it's kind of got it. We communicate in ideas. That's how it's translated it, because it didn't quite understand.
No, it didn't. No.
See, but as we communicate, as the only change, peace will come through us as we communicate. As we are all ideas in the mind of him, maybe just in pure formless awareness. All ideas in pure formless awareness. Maybe in the mind, ideas in the mind of perfect love. That's nice. So all ideas in the mind of perfect love. And communicate with other ideas that are the same. I communicate with other ideas that are the same as me. And our source extended us. Oh, something like that. And read that. Peace will come through us.
Yeah, peace will come through us because we are all ideas in the mind of perfect love. And I communicate with other ideas that are the same as me and our source, which extended us all. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, happy with that. So I think that's a bit more accurate. It didn't quite understand that we all ideas in the.
No. So
Quite an advance.
now you corrected that, Jono. Does it see that you corrected it, or?
No, I'd have to put it in.
Yeah.
Like if I put this in, if I put this in and I said summarize this in 200 words, I mean it didn't do. I think I said 250. This is.
Oh yeah. Okay. So then it would learn from it.
Then yes, I have to put it in. So let's just see what if we go review. Spelling and grammar. I want his word count. See what the word count is. Yeah, so it's 430 words rather than 250. So
Oh right, okay.
if
You
I,
asked it. You asked it.
if I took this and I said summarize. Summarize the following text in 200 under 250 words. So it doesn't always get it exactly right. You say 250 words, it doesn't necessarily do that. But if we whack that in, and let's see what it says. No, that's not 250 words, or is it? It's a bit shorter. Let's see what this will be. $400 words, not much better, is it?
No.
Doesn't seem to be able to get it down to. So then you can go regenerate and see what it does. I'm thinking. Better or worse, it's the same.
Yeah.
Summarize the above response in under 250 words. And let's see if it can get. Doesn't seem to be able to. Is that any shorter?
I think it is a little bit shorter.
Oh, maybe. So. $314.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So perhaps we should just stick with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to read that?
Using one relationship to the detriment of another and condemning parts of a relationship leads to guilt and a lack of peace. The remembrance of perfect love teaches that all relationships are complete commitments that don't conflict with each other. To have faith in these relationships, I need to have faith in myself. Guilt hinders this faith. I often lack faith in myself because I don't accept that pure love, that perfect love, exists within me, and instead seek it externally. Yeshua offers unwavering faith in me, which extends to all my companions. In the Holy Aware moment, we share faith in perfect love's extension, recognizing the worth and pure formless awareness in everyone. Unconditionally loving others and sharing pure formless awareness strengthens it and dispels the notion of power loss. Love loses its meaning in a scarcity mindset where gain and loss are accepted. But in the Holy Aware moment, I realize that love cannot be diminished or lost. With this awareness, I see my companions in their true light and experience completion instead of loss. The laws of perfect love prevail in this moment, while worldly laws lose significance. Accepting these laws sets me free. The Holy Aware moment unveils changelessness as the veil of time lifts. Faith in love without fear arises from experiencing the Holy Aware moment, which Yeshua embraced and offers to me. I recognize the shared need of extensions of perfect love and join in offering what is truly needed. Peace comes through our communication as ideas within the mind of perfect love.
Okay, so now you see I fed it that, and it's sort of understood, it's summarized it, and it's sort of understood that now.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Peace comes through our communication as ideas within the mind of perfect love.
Which is sort of what it's said.
Yeah.
One idea to another. But that's it is kind of summarized.
Yeah. Understanding stems from awareness, and in the Holy Aware moment, I remember pure formless awareness of perfect love and communicate truthfully with my companions. Exclusion and separation vanish as the past dissolves. Pure formless awareness of perfect love assumes its rightful place, and I discover my true nature and the nature of my source and its extension.
No. So then it's about 300 words. I mean, I suppose it's quite hard to get it under 250. You know, you got to rewrite.
Yeah.
It's quite an assignment to say to someone, okay, go do this in under 250 words.
Yeah.
But it's not it's like, whoa, okay. You know, there's quite a lot in there to what do you leave out? That's the question. You know, what do you leave out? That's got to be under 250 words. So it's really good at these summaries.
Yes.
It's not so good at the direct translations, because it just keeps doing it doesn't take out, like I said, leave in the numbers, and then it doesn't leave in the numbers, so then I got to go. So like sometimes it's just better if I do. So where are we? Where did it start? This awareness. Let's just see, where was it start? Using one, is it there? Yeah, nature of my source and its extension. So that's, delete that. And we've got personalized executive summary. So do you want to meditate on that? Late for you.
I think I've had it actually, John.
Oh, okay. It is getting quite late. It was a good session, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
Really-
John, just to let you know, I am going to be away quite a bit over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
So I'll be here whenever I can.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. You said you want to maybe do some sessions, like do, just you can do you've got 13 sessions in the month, so just do them whenever.
I won't get anywhere. I probably won't get anywhere near 13 this month. But,
Okay. Well, do as many as you
yeah,
do as many as you can.
yeah,
But yeah, you don't have to do 3 a week. It's like if you wanted to do 5 in a week, you're fine.
yeah,
There's no limitation on that. So
yeah.
yeah, so we'll see you when you going off next week.
Well, we're going on Sunday. Well, Sue's already gone. Yeah, so I'm away from Sunday to Friday.
Okay, you're doing a walk.
Yeah, we're doing the James Herriot Way in Yorkshire,
Hmm.
and then we come back for about 4 or 5 days, and then we go to Mont Blanc.
Okay.
We're doing the highlights of Mont Blanc, and
Okay. Nice.
then we get back on the
Yeah.
7th of July.
Okay. Well, join in 7th of July. That's still half the month. So then you can join.
Yeah.
Often in the second part, and join us if you can in the evenings. Or I'll be doing some day sessions, some evening ones. So just
Yeah.
watch the.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Enjoy
Okay.
your walk.
Yep. Thanks,
You're
John.
walking. You're not going to make it on Sunday then?
No, I'll be traveling on Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a Sunday evening session. It's 7. So maybe if you finish traveling, then join us. But if you just arrived, maybe you want to settle in.
Yeah, I think I'll need to get something to eat and settle in a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Have a
John.
good trip.
Yeah,
See you when I see
that was a good session. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great stuff.
Okay.
Cheers for now.
Namaste.
You too.
Bye.
Namaste.
All right. So good session. I'll just record a little meditation on this. So it's not re-recorded this. All right. So let's stop that. So this is just a meditation on the personalized executive summary, the translated version of this text reading, which is section 6 of chapter 15 of the Course in Miracles text. So closing your eyes, taking a nice deep breath in through the nose, sitting comfortably, feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap or have your hands palms facing upwards. in your thighs. Breathing in, so it's the maximal inhale breath. Pinching the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in, draw the energy up the spine to your heart center. Drawing it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. And your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Exhale. Blow them all out, letting them all go. So nothing, they really are. Going, gone. Lower the stomach into the spine. Expel the last tremor out. So you're just going to breathe in as I speak words, and then as you exhale out through the nose, you're going to say the words. So you say this personalized executive summary as an affirmation. Affirmations of the truth. And breathing in through the nose, you listen. And using one relationship to the detriment of another, and condemning parts of a relationship. Exhale, speak those words. Using one relationship to the detriment of another, condemning parts of a relationship. Breathing in leads to guilt and a lack of peace. Exhale as you speak those words. Breathing in again. The remembrance of perfect love teaches that all relationships. Exhale, speak those words. Are complete commitments that don't conflict with each other. Breathing in again. To have faith in these relationships, I need to have faith in myself. Exhale as you speak those words. But guilt hinders this faith. So now just breathing in and out in this pattern. Just assume you're doing that. As I speak the words, every now and then I'll remind you. So breathing in. I often lack faith in myself because I don't accept perfect love exists within me. So as you speak those words, inhale, and instead seek it externally. Yeshua offers unwavering faith in me. Yeshua has unwavering faith in me, which extends to all my companions. In the holy aware moment, as you breathe in, we share faith in perfect love's extension. Recognizing the worth and pure formless awareness in everyone. Unconditionally loving others and sharing pure formless awareness strengthens it and dispels the notion of power loss. Love loses its meaning in a scarcity mindset, where gain and loss are both accepted. But in the wholly aware moment, I realize that love cannot be diminished or lost. Breathing in again. With this awareness, I perceive my companions in their true awareness and experience completion instead of loss. The laws of perfect love prevail in this moment. Our worldly laws lose their significance. Accepting these laws sets me free. A wholly aware moment unveils changelessness as the veil of time lifts. In my awareness, faith in love without fear arises from experiencing the wholly aware moment. Which Yeshua embraced and offers to me. I recognize the shared need of all the extensions of perfect love and join in offering what is truly needed. All we really need is love. The Beatles so famously sang, all we need is love, love, love. Love is all we need. Peace comes through our communication as ideas within the mind of perfect love. So we are just ideas in the mind of perfect love. And that is where our peace lies when we acknowledge that. Understanding stems from this awareness. And in the wholly aware moment, I remember pure formless awareness of perfect love. And communicate truly with my companions. then exclusion, which arises from separation, vanishes as the past dissolves. Pure formless awareness of perfect love assumes its rightful place. And I discover my true nature. And the nature of my source and its extension. Because we are one. We are all one. So the key message of this section is that perceiving my companions in perfect love and as perfect love and extending love to them will bring me perfect peace and love. Whereas if I see myself as weak, someone must lose in every relationship I have. I and my companions are the idea of perfect love or oneness. And the same idea communicates perfectly with itself. So if we have the same idea, then perfect communication is guaranteed. I'm in perfect communication with all my companions in truth. Through my ability to communicate perfectly with them, through my willingness, shall we say, through my willingness to communicate perfectly with them, I will learn what I must be, because I will understand what my source, which is perfect being, really is. So it is said and so it is done. So just rest in this perfect being of your source for a minute or two, deep silence. And surrender into this deep awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, where you are one with your source and one with everyone and everything. So just coming back gently into an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Count of 2, noticing the weight of your body, pressing down into the chair, feet touching the ground. What you're feeling and touching with your hands, subtle taste in your mouth, perhaps smell in your nose. Notice all these things from the state of pure formless awareness. You anchor into your awareness. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a moment to look around, ground yourself back into this awareness, into the awareness of this world, and carry on in this state of higher awareness for the rest of the evening, in this peaceful state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what I wish for you. That brings us to the end of the session. So namaste, which means the pure formless awareness of perfect love in me acknowledges and honors that same awareness in you. And that brings us to the end of the session. So thanks to everyone who joined. Thank you to John and Elaine and Sally. Great session, and I look forward to seeing you again on Sunday. Have a lovely weekend, everyone. Sunday evening, 7 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. SA time, we'll be joining again. So that's me signing off until then. Namaste.